Peace, everybody. What's going on? This Rastafunk. Rastafunk's Internalize every Friday, 8 p.m., Saturday, 8 p.m., Sunday, 8 p.m. Um, Tonight, we got a good one for you. What we've decided to do is every Friday, we're just going to go ahead and just do the Funk Inspector. And most nights on the Funk Inspector, we'll inspect um, a funk legend, whether they be still living or whether they be, gone. We're going to deal with funk in general and just, talk about those people. Tonight, we got something real special. Going to have a special guest, and it's going to be really nice. So, everybody, just stay tuned. And we got our Cash App going. So, that's $ the original Rastafunk, capital T, capital O, capital R. Um, Definitely run the Cash App. And let's put the link in the chat if anyone wants to come on. And you got any opinions, you're welcome to come on. We got the link in the chat for all the different spots that where we're gonna be, as far as YouTube and Facebook. And then I'm gonna put an X link in the chat so that anyone who may want to come on X, you'll be able to come on X. Because YouTube trips sometimes, and it's better to have the right links for everything. Yeah. So this will be the link for X. Guess I just lost that. Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. I got a little. I was trying to get everything set up like I had it. Boom. All right, and that's the link for X as well. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure the link for X was in there. We're gonna let some people trickle in, and in the meantime, we're gonna go ahead and just we'll play something for you, some Rastafunk.
They just don't funk like we. We ain't trying to hate on nobody, but they don't got that Rastafunky symphony. Rastafunky symphony. Said people out there funkin', but they just don't funk like we. We ain't trying to hate on nobody, but they don't got that Rastafunky symphony. All the children sing. They just don't seem to see. We ain't trying to hate on nobody, but they don't want to rock the funky shit tree. See, people just talking about that Rastafunk symphony. And people out there funkin', and it's really, really cool to see. I ain't trying to hate on nobody, just talking about that Rastafunk family.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Are you ready?
The queen of the hood.
Yes, sir. Are you ready? I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. Yeah. Yeah. Rastafunk's Nternalize. That's what's up. Yeah. Friday night Funk Inspector be a regular thing on Friday nights, like I said. And tonight we got, like I said, we got a special one. We got a special one. We got a special one. We're going to be dealing with George Clinton in a way that some people may not really understand. Some people may even feel a little disrespectful, but it's about bringing out the real and bringing out the fake, you know what I'm saying? And, that's what we're going to attempt to do this evening. And, just stay tuned with us. Keep the funk alive. One thing about 2024 is a lot of truths been coming out in a lot of different ways. And, it's time to think of some things in different ways and in more intellectual ways, peak intellectual curiosity, So that's one of the things we'll be doing tonight is we'll be challenging, the norm. And why is that? Because if you're going to hold someone in high esteem, it should be, it should be, they should have earned it. You don't want to just hold people in high esteem and they hadn't earned it. So that's the real thing about George Clinton. We're gonna, air some things out with it. Let me go to the share screen while we're waiting. We're gonna get a little funky, play some more funk for you if you don't mind. This time we're gonna play some P-Funk. We're not gonna play my particular funk, although it's all funky funk. Which one we looking for? Boom.
Mother Earth is pregnant for the third time, for y'all have knocked her up. I have tasted the maggots in the mind of the universe. I was not offended, for I knew I had to rise above it all or drown in my own shit.
Just in case YouTube decides to act up, I do have the X, so you can move over to X anytime. I'm gonna leave the YouTube running because it'll leave and come back. But yeah, enjoy. Yes, that's right. Maggot brain, baby. You really, whenever you're talking about P-Funk, you can't leave out maggot brain. Maggot brain. I'm gonna bring back Maggot Brain in another episode of the Funk Inspector. And when we bring it back, what we're going to be dealing with is P-Funk in depth. And what we'll do is we'll, talk about its many inceptions, many names, many people involved. But tonight we have a different agenda. But as I said, with Maggot Brain in particular, we're going to come back to that. Yeah, because P-Funk is, the greatest rock band ever. And like I said, we'll cover that in another episode. Um, Tonight, yeah, we're dealing with the trial of George Clinton. Was he the Funk King or the FunkCon? That's what we're dealing with tonight. And first of all, I don't think that, um, well, I'll let the other brother speak for himself when he comes on. But for me, I enjoy these conversations, and I enjoy that different people hear things differently. Different people see things differently, and it's really interesting because this conversation came about because when my friend who's coming on, he likes to listen to different types of music, and funk in particular. We had been talking about it. Um, my brother Tony, what's going on, brother? Good to see you as well. Yeah, brother from school in the old days. But yeah, so he said, let me hear some funk and give me some suggestions of what I should listen to. And he, listened to it, and it was interesting because I was out at a festival and there was a lot of noise, and he called me and said, "Hey man, I need to ask you something." I was like, "Well, I'm at a festival and I'm, kind of handling business right now." And yes, sir. And he was like, "Yeah, but it won't take long, this George Clinton guy. Um, what is it about him that makes him a genius?" I was listening to him and I was watching the things he was saying, watching the show, and he was the worst guy on stage. like they didn't need him. And so we started talking, and that's what made me decide to do this show, because when it's all said and done, it's better that the brother is able to speak for himself and put his case together. And he's actually well, he was a licensed lawyer, but he stopped practicing law to run several other businesses. But anyway, so I'm sure his case will be thorough, and I have a little evidence myself, and the proof is in the pudding when it's all said and done. So we'll let the people decide. We won't, it won't be a what I say or what he say. We'll just let the people decide, and as people join, they'll be able to comment how they feel as well. So in the meantime, we're gonna find another funk for you, some P funk. Let's see what we got. Boom and boom and oh, hold on, what's that? We ain't even gonna go P funk right now. We just gonna do funky. How about that? Yeah, we just gonna do funky. Let me share that screen for you. think y'all gonna like this one. It's nice old school funk. That's soulful funk.
Oh, my friends, I feel is there a appointed duty? Oh, they keep trying to tell me all you want to do is use me. But my answer, they won't let me use me stuff. Hey, I want to spread the news that if it feels it's a good getting used, oh, you just keep on using me until you use me up. Hey, until you use me up. Hey, my big brother, sit me down in the room and talk to me. You know he told me that I ought not to let you just walk on me. And I'm sure he meant well. Hey, but when I talk was through, hey, I said, brother, if you only knew, you'd wish that you were in my shoes. You just keep on using me until you use me up. Hey, until you use me up. Hey, you know sometimes it's true, you really do abuse me. Like to get me among your high-class friends. Hey, and then you act real rude to me. But baby, when you love me, I can't get enough. Hey, and I want to spread the news that if it feels it's a good getting used, oh, you just keep on using me. Hey, until you use me up. Hey, until you use me up. Now you're talking about you using people. It all depends on what you do. It ain't too bad the way you using me, 'cause I sure am using you to do that thing you do. Hey, do that thing you do. You just ain't
That's right. That's right. He say, I sure am using you to do the thing you do too, baby. Yes, sir. That's what we talking about. That's what we talking about. Yeah, man. You know, funk coming in all sizes, all shapes, all heights, everything. You know what I'm saying? Get low, get high, all that thing. All right. Yeah, man. What's up, brother Genesis out here? Appreciate you, my brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dry witness. Yeah, man. So anyway, when it's all said and done, George has come a long way. He started out in New Jersey doing, bebop, doo-wop type stuff. Um, Ended up doing some writing for Motown. Ended up, getting distributed out of a company out of, I believe, out of Detroit as well. And as time went on, he elevated. You know, his crew got a little more edge, and when it was all said and done, he was always in the center of things. And when I I'll admit this, which is funny. So a lot of people have played with George. So I run across a lot of people who say they play with George. Like I played with George before, and they have. And one thing about some of the people I played with, because we played with George too, and that's a story that I'll go into at another time. But um, the thing about that is um, I lost my train of thought because we were because I thought about well, I'll go into this. When I used to stay in Tallahassee, that's where I'm from, Tallahassee, Florida. In the mid '90s, George Clinton moved to Tallahassee, and so the guys that I dealt with as far as doing music, two of them came out of high school. We've been doing music since the early '90s when we got out of high school, and the last guy, Mike, he came about few years after we graduated. And so they sought out George Clinton when he came to town. And eventually we ended up being basically the band when he did local gigs. So if he did anything Tallahassee or in the area, we were the band that backed him. So it wasn't like the stars of P-Funk. It was, we at the time we were called Smoke, but we was just George Clinton and whoever he showed up with at that point in time. So anyway, um, some people will say they played with George, and so they'll start playing some instruments, and I'm like, that's not the line. And so that's why I lost my train of thought, because whenever I think about playing with him, I think about other people who say we played with him too. But yeah, the thing about George is he's always been the centerpiece of the action. You know, um, he may not have always been the front guy during the entire show. He may not have been the best talent in the band. However, I was watching a TikTok clip that came across my feed, and 50 Cent mentioned that Puffy couldn't hear except the past. He said Puffy could only hear in the past. And what he was referring to was a track that Puffy had that he had a track that Puffy had that another rapper ended up making a hit out of it. And so what he was saying is Puffy couldn't hear, future hits. He couldn't hear, what was going on with the young kids. And that's why he let this track that was originally his track go, and someone else was able to make a hit out of it, because Puffy could only hear in the past, which is what he typically will do, is get a not it's funny that I'm even mentioning him because he's just like so irrelevant right now. Anyway, so that was the point, that George Clinton can hear. George Clinton, if you're ever around him and you're in a creative mode, or like you're in the studio doing some creating, you'll know George Clinton can hear, like he can see. And when I say he can see, I do HVAC. I have an HVAC company, right? And when I first started, I was doing installing with this guy named B.R. Lucas. B.R. Lucas was one of the first black HVAC contractors in Georgia, and he loved to show his card, his contractor card, because it's a low number, like 300 or something, because he was one of the first contractors in general in the state of Florida. In the state of Georgia. And so anyway, I started working for him installing, and he used to always say, I could teach anybody to install in a day. Y'all don't know what y'all doing, with this other stuff. And he was right at the time. And whenever we would leave a house, he would be like, did y'all see this? Did y'all see that? When we go back, we're going to do this and do this and do that. And we'd be like, no, man, you're going to have to draw that out like you normally do. And at the time, me and the other guy used to laugh. He's like, man, we ain't thinking about this. This your job. You don't pay us like that. We just draw it out and we'll make it happen. So anyway, he used to just tell us we couldn't see. And so now, 25, 26 years later, I that's what I tell young bucks too. They can't see, because when you walk in the house and you get ready to do stuff, there's certain things you can just see right off. It's certain things, you may need to improve, certain things that are perfect right off, you can see. And it's the same thing when you're doing music. It's certain people who can just see the bigger picture a lot better than everybody else. It's a lot of people who can play. They can play well. I'm talking about, man, can they play? However, that doesn't mean what they're playing is going to be something that everybody likes, or that doesn't mean what they're playing is something that can be condensed into some sort of format, because a song doesn't have to follow any particular format. There are formats for songs to follow, but that's not necessarily the thing that that should lead you when you're creating music. So with that said, George can see like a motherfucker, and not only can he see, he can write, so when you're around him, just writing simple songs, pretty much it must be something that's really, really catchy, really catchy. So, I don't know. I know he's been exposed to some of the stuff I'm doing, but I know one song in particular. And I'm not going to bring it up right now because I hadn't put it out. I'm actually getting ready to redo it now for a project I'm working on, because it's perfect for the project. But anyway, this one song, my partner Mike P, soon as he was able to get a recording of it, he took it to George, and George was like, tell him that's a hit, work with that one, So it's not all songs that he will say that about, and it's not all songs that make it on his project that he writes, so he's really a genius when it comes to that, and his evolution is proof of that, and that'll be part of what I talk about later on when our good brother comes on and pleads the other side of the coin and the other side of the case, whether we're dealing with a FunkKing or a FunkCon. So in the meantime, we're gonna find some more funk to funk with and see if we can you know, keep the funk alive for 2024. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What we got? Mm, let me go back. Boom. That's what I was trying to do.
Feel so good, feel all right, and it's a groove that we can't lose. We got to put it in the pocket, let it run smooth. Yeah, I want everybody just to relax a little bit. Just relax. Give me a groove though. Give me a groove. Relax. There we go. Keep the groove right there. Get the groove together, everybody. Turn it. Right there. Keep go. Bap a boom. Bap a boom. Yeah, here it comes. I feel it now. pussy. P-U-S-S-Y. Call my baby pussy. P-U-S-S-Y. Call my baby pussy. Say what? Should I call her? Red-eyed mama from Louisiana, coming away to Savannah. She been cooped out too long. Red-eyed mama looking to the city, taxi dancing and big time spender. She was moving. Red-eyed mama was getting down, scoping the places where fun could be found. She was smoking. Right on red-eyed mama, yeah, she sure been good to me. Right on red-eyed mama, yeah, she sure been good to me. Right on red-eyed mama, yeah, she sure been good to me. Right on red-eyed mama, yeah, she sure been good to me. Red-eyed mama was really bad. She was better than bad, better than she wanna be. Red-eyed mama was a real gas, doing the good and doing the bad. She was smoking. The girl got a groove. I mean, she really got a groove on that. Yeah, I like it. I said, right on red-eyed mama girl, you sure is good. Everybody look at all them. Right on red-eyed mama girl, you sure is good to me. And it's gonna be alright. Right on red-eyed mama girl, you sure been good to me. Right on red-eyed mama girl, you sure is good. Look out, baby. It's alright. Mama girl, you sure been good to me. That's what I'm gonna say. You've been good to me.
They call my baby pussy Pussy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Mike P, I played in his band, Po Body's Nerfic, and we literally got a gig because the owner loved us playing that song. Oh man, I'm talking about old people be eating, people bring their kids in. You like play the pussy song. Oh God, yeah. One time for P Funk and Red Hot Mama. So yeah, man, you may not have liked his soloing, but I mean, you can see he does his thing. You may think it's a Kirk Franklin or a Puff Daddy thing, but you know, not many people could be funky. If that wasn't funky to you, I don't know what you think funk's supposed to be. Cause that's all George Clinton ever claimed to be was funky. And so on the side of is he a funk king, I have to say that, I believe him to be that. Of course. Like I said, the track record is there. He has some I don't want to belittle swindling people out of their due. I don't want to belittle that because it's too much of that goes around in the music industry. However, what happens a lot of times is um, a lot of people are a lot of people are putting in input, and a lot of people. Oh, real quick, if you check the chat and you go through the chat, and I'm gonna put it in there again. We have the X link, so you can go to X and check us out. And if you got any comments or anything, I also have the StreamYard link. So if you want to come on and talk to us, if you got an opinion about George Clinton, whether he's a funk king or a FunkCon, we love to hear from you. Yeah, and also we got the Cash App running, $, the original Rastafunk. If you like what we're doing, you want to help us keep it going, we appreciate the input money wise as well. $, the original Rastafunk, capital T, capital O, capital R. But yeah, so maybe certain aspects of what he does that you have to judge because I remember I don't know if it was an interview I saw. Well, it had to be an interview I saw, but Big Rube mentioned about the organized noise and dungeon family type deal where a lot of people had some input, but it's only a few people that everybody know about. And so, I would have to, admit that in the George Clinton P-Funk Parliament Funkadelic crew, there's been many people who've come through. And there have been many people who have been really, really great who kept it moving because they felt like they could get more either doing their own solo thing or joining other situations that was, paying better, all of the above. But when it's all said and done, one of the things about when George moved to Tallahassee and us being around him, most of those people came back through, played on something, played with him in the show, that type of deal, so for whatever reason, he still attracted those great people to come around him and, try to make some great things happen. And I'll continue to say, the track record is what we're dealing with. We're not necessarily dealing with a man who don't have, certain receipts as far as his name is there. Now, how all those creations came about, I can tell you from a person who produces music, but I don't play instruments. My particular way of doing it is I start with typically either I'll pick out some things on instruments or a keyboard, or I'll be with a keyboardist and we'll pick out some things, and then I'll bring in some super friends to start playing live and making those things jump, and play the in between notes, put the spaces where they need to be, that type of deal. So if I didn't know people who could pull it off, then um, that'd be a whole nother thing, but being able to know people and put them in the right places to make things happen, that's a gift, and George, I've seen him do that, but most importantly, um, I've also seen this. So when I did my first project, the first project I did was called Rastafunk, and it was named after me. And Rastafunk is me, the artist. Rastafunk is my band, and Rastafunk is my music. So it's all Rastafunk. It's all encompassing. And the first project I did, I wanted to kind of express that with that project. However, I knew that hip hop was really prevalent, so a lot of my drum beats were electronic, because I wanted to have quote unquote hard beats, with that project. Um, with that said, we started playing live, and it was a band, and so I had a real drummer drumming, and the band started bringing those tracks alive, so they sounded nothing like the album anymore. And so that was not necessarily me coming up with all of those parts that the band would eventually play when we would play those songs live. That was me capturing those parts when we would be rehearsing and just jamming and saying, hey, let's do it this way and let's do it that way. And creating an environment for me to do my Rastafunk thing, because you want the band to be to create an environment for you to be able to thrive as an artist. And so that was something that I contribute to everybody. And so yeah, I me my partner Lawrence Hilson and Mike produced the first project, but as far as with the band stuff, it was more about everybody. And I mean, at that point, I had well, I had 6 girls, but it ended up being like 5 girls. But I had a whole bunch of background singers. It was a pretty big band, horns, conga, percussionists. It was a big band, and it was everybody's contribution. And it was so much so that when I went into the Universal Water project, that really was me trying to highlight that aspect of Rastafunk, which was the band and the members. And so that particular project is, all inclusive of everybody's playing. I directed it, I produced it, but at the same time, there are tracks that I didn't produce. Like I got some tracks that T-Pain did the music. I got some tracks that Law produced earlier that we added to this that worked. So I got some tracks that Mike and the percussionist did some bass and percussion one day, and some of that made the project. So I understand when other people are involved. And it's always good to mention those other people and for them to get their equal due and pay. So I'm sure George Clinton is probably guilty of that aspect. and I could never try and deny that aspect. However, I also can't deny that it takes a certain person who can see amongst all the noise. Because with great musicians, you got egos. Everybody want to solo. Everybody want to shine. How do you make that happen? Well, as you saw in the last performance of Funkadelic, George, he led that particular song, but all the singers had what I'm saying, all the singers was able to do their part, guitar solo, everybody was able to shine. Everybody was doing their thing. Drummer was keeping that thing and doing his thing. He was able to put in some fills from time to time. Bass was holding it down. So that's how everyone can feel like they're doing something. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it feels good to also get your due on the record. When people look on the back and want to see the credits, it also feels good to, get your residuals later on when you're old and you want to, And so I've seen that. I've seen some people just hang around George, and they were older just because it was, they knew that they knew that at least if they was around him, they were still gonna eat. You know what I'm saying? They were still gonna be able to, do some things from time to time, maybe perform. So I've seen that. I've seen that. And to be quite honest, it was something that I didn't necessarily like to be around. So while part of my crew spent a lot of time out at the studio where George and them was at, I was at my own studio doing my own thing, and and I would show up when we would perform because it was our practice or something like that. But it was no need just to be out there hanging out, because that's kind of how I saw things, to be perfectly honest, and early I lost my train of thought, but what I was getting ready to say was, this is probably the most honest I could be. I actually for a long time didn't understand a P-Funk show. Like when we first started hanging out with them and going to shows, and when we would come up to Atlanta, and we wouldn't necessarily play, like we get on stage and I might beat on the congas or something like that. Mike would play a guitar, whatever. I never understood the show. When I would go out in the audience and I watched the show, I never understood the show, right? And I used to get frustrated, because I like the songs, but because I guess I put together my own show and I've seen, very, very organized shows, I just didn't understand it, and it was real funny because sometimes certain people be on stage performing a song, and you go to another city and those same people would be on stage singing another song, but not the song they were singing. And, it's just people come on stage when they want to, and so all of that was frustrating to me just to watch. And so anyway, I remember I came to a show early, and I was with the sound guy at the time, one of our brothers, Dwayne. And so I decided just to sit in the sound booth and watch the show from there. And as I'm watching the show, it made sense. And I was like, that's what's going on. It's supposed to be what it is. It is what it is. It's funk. What was you expecting, bro? What was you expecting? It's funk, and so anyway, it was just my aha moment, for that particular time. Let me post, if anybody wants to call in, I'm going to post it in the chat, so that, if you got any opinions about what we're saying, whether he's a funk king or George Clinton is a FunkCon, we'd love to have you to come on and, give your opinion and let us know what you're thinking. But yeah, man. So I had my aha moment as far as that was concerned, and it was real interesting for me. So ever since then, I've understood that particular show. But it was just really funny because I mean, I might have been dealing with, that for over 5-6 years before, this particular aha moment came, so it was like, yeah, it's great. Yeah, I love these songs, but I was never there for the show. But now, I see it and I can be there for the show. You know what I'm saying? I can be immersed in it like the people, you know. I guess I was studying too hard, versus just enjoying myself. I don't know. But it was a hurdle that I was able to overcome. Yeah, man. So this is Rastafunk's Internalized tonight. We're doing the Friday Funk Inspector, the trial of George Clinton, FunkKing or FunkCon. And every Friday we're here doing the Funk Inspector at 8 p.m. Saturday we're also here. I think Saturday we're going to start doing You Ain't Black. And You Ain't Black is a series that we deal with not to play for You Ain't Black if you don't eat cornbread or if you never had grits. That's not what we're talking about. It's certain people doing things that you ain't black if you ain't really thinking about it. Kind of like the Terrence Howard. You ain't black if you're not intellectually curious about what he's doing. One brother, it's real interesting, man. This dude was saying he was a legal advocate, right? And he was like, I see this stuff all the time, it's a fraud, And I said, you haven't talked to a scientist who's watched it all the way and given his opinion. I said, you haven't done that. I said, so I would not want you to legally advocate me for anything. So then he tried to show some kind of link where he had looked it up, right? And was like, well, I don't see his patents. So, I have to admit, I had not looked up his patents. I did see a couple of people who did look it up, but they didn't put no links and nothing like that. But I didn't look up his patent. All right. So I simply Googled Terrence Howard VRAR patent. Lo and behold, the first thing that came up was his patent. So anyway, I showed the dude the link and I showed him a picture of a screenshot of the patent, and the brother, and I don't know, I think I called him a fraud. I don't know what I said, but anyway, the brother said, I'm not a fraud. I didn't look hard enough. Thank you. That's my bad. So respect to the brother, because he was able to, at least admit, that whatever he did wasn't enough. I just did Terrence Howard VRAR patent, and it's real simple. But like I said, respect to the brother, because he did. He came on. He was like, I didn't look hard enough, so I can't be mad at that. But it was just interesting because when it's all said and done, intellectual curiosity demands that you follow through. Like, I can watch it and wonder, and I'm gonna tell you why I didn't look up the patents. And I probably would have had I not had access to the brother that's coming on. He does a show, and what he decided to do was bring on scientists, actual aeronautical engineers, actual math teacher, actual mechanical engineer. And we also know a professor at MIT. We waiting to hear back from him. He's one of our brothers. But the point I'm making is he brought on scientists. That's follow through. So because I listened to the scientists who watched it, I didn't go look up the patents, because they gave it credibility. So anyway, that's what You Ain't Black, the You Ain't Black series will be talking about. It'll be talking about those types of situations, and those type of people that if you don't know about them, or if you don't know what's going on in the world, That's probably why you may feel like I got to do for myself and I got to be individual and I got to do this Black American thing that sucks. That loser thing, don't do it. Stay away from it. So Saturday night, You Ain't Black. Check us out tomorrow, 8 p.m. So we'll continue tonight with George Clinton. Let's do another some more music. We did get cut off from YouTube, so before I go any further, I'm going to put the Twitter in the chat as well, and you can move over to Twitter at any time. I'm not going to shut off the YouTube. I'm just going to let that go, and I'm not going to worry about it at all. I'm going to let them do their thing. I'm not really worried about them. And if they cut us off or for good, then then I'll figure something else out. I'm cool. I understand. I don't own YouTube. They're able to do what they want. But in the meantime, in between time, that's the Twitter link that I just put in the chat. If we do go off on YouTube, you can just move over to Twitter and we'll keep it moving. Like nothing even happened. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, if you want to go to Twitter right now, you can go to Twitter. We got Baba Sangor on here, so we won't go to music. We're gonna bring Baba Sangor to the stage. What's going on, Baba Sangor?
Yeah, what's up, my brother? Rastafunk.
Yes, sir, Baba Sangor.
So I've been involved in another meeting, so I'm catching up. But as promised, I got a few to give to you.
Yes, sir. So, real quick, if you don't mind, introduce yourself, Baba Sangor, so the people know exactly who's on the screen.
Yeah, this is Baba Sangor Baye, Magaviite. I'm also a funkadelic, a funkateer. I grew up on the Parliament funkadelic, but all funk music. I love reggae. I love any music, African music, whatever you call it, as long as it's about uplifting your blacktricity. I'm about that.
All right. Yes, sir. Okay, so tonight on the Funk Inspector, what we're doing is the trial of George Clinton. Is he the FunkKing or is he a FunkCon? So our brother who is on the adverse side is he hadn't quite made it on yet, but I'm sure he'll be here shortly. So in the meantime, we know that you as an elder and as a funketeer, you know a little bit of history about him, and just a little preliminary. I did give up that he's always been at the center of what's been going on as far as the crews he's been with. However, you do have to admit that everyone has not always got their due as far as their name recognition and as far as their payment recognition. So with that set, give us some of your wisdom about the situation, Bob.
Well, first of all, no individual at no time, no matter what you're doing, is about it all. You got,
there you go.
It ain't about me, he or she. It's about we collectivity. So
all right,
let's go back to the days when the barbershop in Plainsville, New Jersey.
Okay.
When several brothers got together, I want to mention three particular brothers: Fuzzy Haskins, Ray Davis, and Shady Grady. Oh, I will mention four. I'm gonna mention also Calvin.
Brother Heru, what's going on now?
Yeah, hey Heru, what's up, brother? But let me back up a little bit because I want Heru to hear that too. See?
Oh no, I've been listening.
Oh, great. Because no individual, no time, I don't care who they are, can go nowhere without where they come from, their mother and father, their grandparents, and everybody. So let's start right there, because don't get me wrong. Now I'm gonna critique it from the way I saw it.
Okay.
I see myself as a funkadelic. In fact, the masses made the funk.
Yes, sir.
But it takes people that are in the entertainment business or in the business of playing funk to present it. So thanks to George Clinton for pulling things together, having a barbershop and having several other brothers hook up with him, and they set up a group called Parliament. Now, the Temptations and a lot of
Who set up the group called Parliament?
Huh?
Who set up Parliament?
Well, as far as I know, all of them. I don't know any particular individual that did it, but George owned the barber shop. So let's be realistic about that. So it was a spot that people hung out with. So those
Okay.
five brothers got together and were doo-woppers. They were singers. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as time progressed, they couldn't do the kind of things the Temptations was doing. So later on, they added a band. They had a band, and the band was at that time called the Funkadelic. They were
Oh,
younger
okay.
brothers, and it's a lot of them that's out there that I'll name later on. They were great artists. Well, anyway, they changed the direction. Some people call it funk rock. Some people call it just plain raw funk, and everybody respects it. So thanks to George Clinton for being the nucleus producer, gatherer, or pulling together, whatever, and being the one out front. So as time progressed, a lot of things happened. They ran into some
Wait,
issues.
hold on. Was he out front?
Yeah, well, yes,
He was.
absolutely, and I'm gonna explain that
How
because
is?
that's important.
Okay.
Because you could probably say that he was the one that was the major coordinator of bringing all the things together, and he was always out front. However, I wouldn't classify him as a singer, nor would I classify him as a great entertainer like a Prince or Michael Jackson, or even some of the people he had with him, like Michael Hampton, who played guitar, Lil Boogie.
Mm-hmm.
I can't not mention Bernie Worrell, the Wu Factor. So this is how the conglomerate of funk happened. And
Okay.
George Clinton definitely was the one out front mostly all the time, whether or not it was the Parliament Funkadelic or whether or not it was just the Funkadelic or whether or not it was Paulette or Brides of Funkenstein or all of that. However, something happened between the five, and several of them decided to move on and created the Funkadelic again. Now that was great, and is a close friend of mine, and he's an ancestor now. Some of my ancestors now, but definitely Ray Davis, who was the bass vocalist. Always wore a red, black, and green patch, by the way, on his jacket. Shady Grady, that always used to wear the Arabian kind of gear. And Fuzzy Haskins, who was the lead singer, okay, for a long time when they were all together.
Mm-hmm.
And he always had what you call long johns on. Okay, I'm trying to give people ideas of these personalities. They were awesome, all of them. And they could sing, and they were performers. Then when you added the band, which was the Funkadelic, it got really super funky because Bernie Worrell on keyboards, later on Bootsy Collins, but before that they also had Boogie on bass. They also had a guy named Skeet Curtis on bass.
All right. So
Okay.
let me
They had
visualize this.
Tyrone Lampkin on drums,
Let me
Jerome
visualize this.
Braley. There's so many. Glenn Goins. I could go on. And then
Okay.
you got Jessica Cleaves. You
All
got
right.
the Horny Horns, Fred Wesley, Maceo.
Okay.
All of them are great entertainers. Now I'll back
Right.
up. Haru.
All right. Let me visualize this because the reason why
Okay.
this conversation is so important.
All right. Hold on. All
Yeah.
right. So, audience, this is brother Heru Afariada. He's the adverse opinion of George Clinton and why we're doing this conversation, because after he heard him, he is not sure that George Clinton is not a FunkCon. So
Right. So
I just wanted everyone to know who he was, and you can introduce yourself and speak for yourself. But I just wanted to, before we moved on, I needed everyone to know that we're doing the trial as we speak.
Right. So I am the prosecutor.
Yes.
And I don't know if Senghor is the defense. I think you're the defense, and Senghor.
I'm middle ground.
I'm the defense, and he's an expert witness.
Okay, perfect. That's actually the best way to put it. That's the best way to put it.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
So in my opening statement, as the prosecution, I have to lay the table in the sense that there are people who are listening to this who don't, and I'm speaking to it from a point of view of people who don't know about funk music, and they don't know about George Clinton, And if they know about funk music, they know some of the characters who basically got more marketing than others, right? Or who were more famous than others. And probably the biggest personality within the whole funk music genre in terms of legendary talent and performer would be James Brown. So when we start to explore the question of funk music, its origins, its history, its characters, me as someone who I would consider as an outsider, where I listen to funk music passively just by virtue that I'm a young black kid growing up in Chicago, and there's the black radio stations. So since I'm black, I'm listening to the black radio stations. And from time to time, they will play what is considered funk music. However, it was not a deep dive into funk music. So they might play an Ohio Players, but maybe they'll just play one song, whatever the hit song is. If they play Cameo, they just play the hit song of Cameo. We all know about James Brown. We might hear Parliament, Funkadelic, Flashlight. You might hear Atomic Dog and that type of stuff, but it's only known through pop culture. It's not something that is somewhere someone would be a funk historian, right? Okay. So when we start to ask the questions about these genres, so for instance, let's take a reggae music genre. And someone talks about the beginning of reggae and then the leading lights of reggae music in terms of the artists of reggae music. Of course, you're not going to talk about reggae music and not talk about Peter Tosh. You're not going to talk about reggae. You're not going to talk about Bob Marley, Burning Spear. There are certain foundation people that have to be mentioned when you talk about the evolution of this music and its guiding lights of the music. So what happens to the person who is intellectually curious is that they will start to not only go off of the trusted opinions of their friends who may be deeply involved in the music. What that person inevitably will have to do is start to listen to the music for themselves and watch live performances for themselves to see what all the hype is about. So where that led me to is asking friends of mine, one friend of mine, his name is Rastafunk. I have another friend, his name is Baba Singor. And they're telling me about funk music and their time in funk music. And I said, okay, who are the people that should be listened to? There are three names that usually come up without exception: James Brown, Sly and the Family Stone, and George Clinton. And it turns out I'm seeing that when funk is mentioned, the person who tends to get most of the mention is George Clinton. Even though James Brown is known, I think that James Brown, because he was a multi-genre artist in terms of soul music, the early soul music with James Brown, they don't call James Brown the king of funk. They call him the godfather of soul, right? That's what he's known as. He's not known as the godfather of funk. He's known as the godfather of soul. And it may be a misappropriation and a misnomer, or at least an incomplete title. That he might be known as the godfather of soul and the godfather of funk also. But we're talking about for pop culture purposes, he's known as the godfather of soul. Okay, but what I also know from listening to the students of funk and people who call themselves funketeers or people who are in the funk, and some people who might even have the name funk in their name, in their artistic name, they would say that George Clinton is the man. So I keep hearing the name George Clinton. I keep hearing the name George Clinton. I'm starting to hear the name more than James Brown, who I'm very familiar with. They call James Brown the hardest working man in show business. James Brown has legendary stories around him creating, the most millionaires in the music business. He's known for his sweat drenching performances. You even get tired watching James Brown in his prime, right? We see the work that James Brown has put in. So the next artist that I listened to in that trinity of funk music was Sly and the Family Stone. That's just who I started listening to. I started listening to Sly and the Family Stone, and I'm here, everyday people. And I'm like, oh, that's a nice song. And I see him singing. I even see remakes made of the song by Arrested Development. and I start listening to the greatest hits of Sly and the Family Stone, and I start watching live performances, and I see the man on keyboards, and I see him singing, and I listen to a song of his that I really get attached to, which is called "Thank You, Africa." I want to thank you for letting me be myself again. You know what I'm saying? And it starts with a bass kicking and repeating for probably 2-3 minutes before he even starts singing. But when he starts singing, his voice is very beautiful with the music, and it blends very well.
Larry Graham.
And I start saying to myself, yeah, Sly was, I could see that he was an innovator, and I could see that he was definitely on the mountaintop of this music. I can see it, and I can hear it, and I can watch it. It's palpable. It's real. James Brown, I can see it. I can watch it. I can hear it. It's palpable and it's real, and especially when it comes to James Brown, it's clear that if you put yourself in that day and time, you could understand the wow factor, because there was nothing like that before. There was nothing like James Brown before, where you can see why the people are screaming and the people's mouths are dropped. Someone dancing like that and singing like that and controlling a band and in that passion. And you could tell he's a high octane African. Sly and the Family Stone, you could tell this guy can really play music. You could learn out that he's the composer of these songs. He's singing these songs. He's performing these songs. He has a cult following. There's a time where he becomes a pop culture artist, where this music is part of the culture, the popular culture. I get it. Then I say to myself, I must listen to the third guy, who seems to be the guy that most people are excited by when they talk about funk. They talk about George Clinton. I turn on George Clinton. I have it on in my household. And we're sitting down watching George Clinton and the P-Funk All-Stars. And to a number, everyone in my household says, why is this guy in the middle? Why is he even singing? Why is he on stage? He's off key. He's terrible. But the background singers sound great vocally. The musicians sound great vocally. And it looks like the weakest link on that stage artistically is the man who's getting all of this credit as a legendary musician. Because if I didn't know, and I think it's better if people talk about George Clinton to issue a warning, like you might on I don't know, on anything that you don't want children to touch or whatever. You issue a warning to let people know what they're getting into beforehand. And that warning would be, we consider him a godfather of this music, but he's not a musician and he's not a singer. And it needs to be explained better, because what happens is, if you don't give people that warning and people see him for the first time, they're going to wonder what all the hype is about, because it's very clear to the listener and the watcher that he's the weakest link on the performance stage as a performer. And then we find out that's not really his strength. He's the ideas man. He's the one who wrote the songs. He's the one who put everything together. But I know that there's a place for people like that. They're called producers. But as I can quote the great philosopher, the great Black American philosopher and thinker, Suge Knight, if you don't want the producer on stage getting all the credit and dancing and singing all up in your videos, come to death row. I think that if George Clinton's strength is in being a producer, then he should stay in the production booth. He should stay in the production studio and not on stage, because if you're being brought up with James Brown and Sly and the Family Stone, I need to see you getting down on stage. I need to see you singing and singing well, or I need to see you playing an instrument or doing something that adds value to the performance. Because I don't care what your name is. I don't care how famous you are. I'm the type of person, I go to an open mic and I can evaluate talent. For instance, I've been to open mics where if there was a talent contest, I would give a lot of sisters the gold medal before I give a Beyonce. Some people would give it to Beyonce because of her name, but I don't care about her name. I don't care about the marketing dollars. I don't care about the historical revisionism. I'm just looking at the raw talent in front of my eyes and my ears. And then we get into the issue of fairness and justice in this world. I'm not into gospel music, but I know that when we talk about gospel music, we talk about a tradition of musicians and singers that are very high octane. And when they say we come out of the gospel church, which most of these musicians who went into other fields came from the gospel tradition, the Aretha Franklins with her father and all that, and all these people, Mahalia Jacksons, and these people are great singers. When someone tells me someone is a great gospel artist, I'm expecting that when they get on stage, they can blow. And 99.99999% of gospel artists fit that tradition. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to say that Kirk Franklin belongs in the conversation with the great gospel artists of all time just because he's sold a lot of records and his name is a big name, because I've seen Kirk Franklin's act. And what Kirk Franklin's act is to have singers who can sing with him as he just blurts out things. And he's a hype man. One time for Jesus. Well, everyone is singing beautifully. And all the musicians are playing beautifully. And I start saying, wait, this is the Kirk Franklin that everybody is talking about? When is he going to sing? When's he going to sing like BB and CeCe Winans? When's he going to sing like Sissy Houston? When's he going to sing like Aretha Franklin? When's he going to sing like Donnie McClurkin? When's he going to sing like what's this staple singers? When? Guess what? It never happens. But Kirk Franklin is a platinum selling artist and he gets all the money. He's not the show. The show could exist without Kirk Franklin. All his singers and all his musicians could still do a show without Kirk Franklin. Then I get to find out, Kirk Franklin has a template that he copied. He must have got his template from George Clinton, because George Clinton's doing what Kirk Franklin's doing. He puts the talent around him, gets on stage, gets the ticket money, and tells everybody, get the funk. That's the funk. He's a hype man. I saw that he's a glorified hype man who's getting all the credit. I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that that's right for the people who've really put down musical performances. Now, we can't confirm what he's doing outside the stage, but we sure can confirm what he's doing on the stage. And I don't ask you to be the greatest singer in the world. But what I do ask is that if my wife is listening and she's never heard you before, she doesn't ask that we turn it off because this guy's messing up the music. But he's the legend. But he's the legend. How do I tell her and how do I explain to her, but he's the legend? And then she says, legend of what? And all we can say is what he's done behind the scenes. And then we get to find out there's dubious stories of his real contribution behind the scenes that has not been credited to other people who were behind the scenes putting it together. I'll stop there.
All right.
So just to it let me see that he might be one of the greatest con artists in the history of music.
All right.
You can't sing, you don't play an instrument, you perform poorly on stage, but you are the legend. And there's other people who can sing, play music, and they're not getting legendary status. They're not getting a Hollywood Walk of Fame. They're not getting books written about them. They're not the ones everyone is saluting when he walks into the room. When they walk into the room, I don't think it's fair. And from what I've seen, that means that anybody who can't sing can get on stage and do exactly what he's doing and become a legend. So it let me know that he's a great marketer. We give kudos to him that he's a great marketer. And I understand he put labels together and music labels and all that. Well, and this is where I'm really going to end it. It sounded to me like he's Berry Gordy for the funk genre, where he put a lot of things together. But what I don't want from Berry Gordy is I don't want Berry Gordy putting on a silver, shiny suit and getting on stage with the Temptations and singing with the Temptations. And it's called Berry Gordy and the Temptations. I rest my case.
Okay, Baba Singor, before you go, I'm going to put on the defense. And how I'll put on the defense, first of all, I'm going to credit this to the funk god Mike P. He didn't even know we were going to do this. And today he sent me a version of a Funkadelic track, and it all came together. It all came together. So this is how it came together. We're going to start with the first Funkadelic track. This first track is a Parliament track. It's from 1967. All right. Just added it to the stage. We're going to play it. And what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to listen to the same song, and it's going to be the evolution of the song and the evolution of George Clinton. This is my defense is in showing that George Clinton had a certain evolution. A certain evolution that compelled him to be the centerpiece in what we know as the Parliament Funkadelic P-Funk All-Star Crew, the centerpiece in it all. Not that he was the greatest musician or singer or any of that, but with this one song, we're going to go through the evolution, and I'm not going to play the whole song, but I'm going to play 3 versions of the song and just speak on each one to kind of show his evolution of who he became, of how he became who he is, and why we know him for who he is. Okay, so the name of the song is All Your Goodies Are Gone.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's play this first version with the New Jersey crew, Parliament Funkadelic. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm through with you. I'm through with you. Baby, I refuse to be blue. So let it hurt with you in the blues sea. Ha ha, yeah. So let it hurt with you behind the wheel. Ha ha, yeah.
Who's singing?
Shame on
George
me
Clinton.
for thinking that I could possibly be the exclusive one of your choice in this world infested with boys. Well, now I know that I am first on your list, and if I It's so easy to become number two. You see, I refuse to be blue. Meaning I'm cutting you loose. So let hurt put you in the loose and see. Ha ha, yeah. So let hurt put you behind the wheel. Yeah, yeah, and let me see how it feels. Let me see how it feels to be on for real. To be on for real. Without a love of your own. Without a love of your own. And all your goodies are gone. All your goodies are gone. And all your goodies are gone. All your goodies are gone. And all your goodies are gone. All your goodies are gone. So good. I admit your love was good. Okay, so we don't have to play the whole song for me to talk about what I want to talk about. Okay, so when you listen to that song, first of all, that's George singing the lead. No, it's not Marvin Gaye singing the lead, but we know that in his best, he's still Gruffy George, but he can hold a tune and he can lead a song. However, when you look at the record, you see who he's one of the writers and he's the producer. And we also know that that's the common sound that was the popular sound during that time in 67. So that was the beginning of George being the person that was kind of pushing their sound. Now, definitely the other guys, and when you go through that record and some of the other records, other guys were singing. And definitely the background and the band was holding it down. But we're just saying, we're talking about the evolution. And that's his foundation is, yeah, he can even lead the songs that he was helping them build. And yeah, it's other people sometimes in the front, but it was always a group thing. It was always a group thing. All right, so let's move to the next evolution and of the same song. This is 1971, a live Funkadelic. So let me get to that real quick. Boom, boom. 1971 live Funkadelic. My bad.
That's Ray Davis right there. Y'all looking at.
Same song. All your goodies are done. With George is leading.
I refuse to be blue. Let her put you in the loose seat. Put all y'all behind the wheel. Shame on me, thinking that I could possibly be the exclusive one, y'all's choice in this world infested with noise. Well, now I know I am first on your list. If I leave and I refuse to be blue. Cut all y'all loose. Put you in the loser seat. And let you see how it feels to be for real. To be without a life of your own. And ow! Your goodies, they are gone. And all your goodies, they are gone. And all your goodies are gone. So good. Admit your thing. It don't rectify how y'all will cry.
All right, it's oh man, it's a sin to turn it off right there. But to keep it moving and to continue the defense. All right, so this was evolution. Why was this evolution? This was the edge. This was Funkadelic, and this was the edge. This was what would become the signatures of their show, which is edge. Edge don't necessarily always have to be pretty. Don't have to be great singing. Don't have to be any of that. But that edge, their thing, they found it during this era. This era right here. Now, 1974. The same song he brought back with Parliament. This is the re-innovation of Parliament where they got the edge. However, we'll listen to this particular version, and then I'll go into why it's important and how we see the evolution, and that was and the launching point and the launching point. So let's go to this particular version of it, and you may remember this particular sample if you're into hip hop, because Salt and Pepper, I think it was Everybody Get Up, used this particular sample when they did their thing. So let me go back. Boom. Boom. And I think it's right here. Hold on. Oh man, come on. Here you go. Oh no, I don't want to listen to two songs. I just want to hear one song. All right, boom. All right. Ain't being offended. It's yours.
Shame on me, thinking that I choice. Well, now I know that I am first on your list. If I leave, I'm gonna be missed. I cannot take a chance. Oh, you, it's so easy to become number two. And I refuse to be blue. Meaning I'm cutting you loose. But you and the loser see. But you behind the wheel. See how it feel. Let you see how it feels to be unfor real. Be without a love of your own. And all your goodies are gone. 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 So good. I know that you know it's good, but it don't rectify how I'll cry if you ever say goodbye. I refuse to be blue, meaning I'm good. It's a sin to cut it off, but I'm going to keep it moving. Okay, so that represents, we can take that off. That represents his evolution and launching pad, which are what we're hearing with that particular version is production now that has created a situation where the FUN of funk is now present. Now funk can be fun. He knows how to sell funk. And part of selling funk is not his live show. His live show is what you're going to get when you show up. And I apologize that you were surprised. You know, I get it. I understand. I should have explained it a lot better before you got, especially how it is. But my point is bigger than that. My point is during this point in time right here, why don't we hear gruffy George Clinton? We hear beautiful George Clinton because he know in order to sell the record and to sell the song, he got to sound right. And he knows better than any of these other cats how to make songs sound right at this point. How does he know? How do we know this to be true? Because at this point, he's Parliament. So he's going through it with the other guys about the Funkadelic. All right. How do we know this to be true? Because he still had Bernie Worrell, so he didn't need that guitar. And man, did you hear that piano? You see what I'm saying? So how do we know this to be true? Because when it was all said and done, they came back to work with him. How do we know this to be true? Because when it's all said and done, he did spread them out so he wasn't on stage. That's why Bootsy had his own thing. That's why he had the Brides of Funkenstein, so people could do their own thing where he wasn't present. He was only present at the end when the mothership landed, when he came out. Other than that, everybody opened up and did their thing. And that was part of the different record companies because you got to have acts. But the launching point which kind of pushed people back to him was him being able to produce songs of this caliber in this way. And seeing the evolution, it just had that particular song kind of is a good example of his evolution and his growth. And where that launching pad actually was right there at Parliament, where they had that I forget which Get Up for the Downstroke was the album, I believe.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And so that particular album, man,
We good at Funkadelic, but man, did you see what George just did?
Yeah.
That's what we missing. We need to get back with George. And in Tallahassee, 20, 30 years later, same cats coming through to get back with George. So I apologize that I did not warn you that you're probably not going to hear the best singer. I apologize that, for the most part, once, everybody came back, he had thousands of people to deal with. He was barely on stage and he wasn't the best, but it was never about that. As you can go back to that first song in the doo-wop era, 67, it was that great background singing. He just happened to sing on that song. And,
Right.
he could lead a song. It was a time when he could lead a song, and as you saw the evolution, when he put it out the last time, he sounded beautiful. But that was him slowing it down and then speeding it back up so he could, give a little, nice little smooth pitch to his sound. But that's the production value that he was bringing at that point where he knew how to make these songs work.
So Rastafunk, I don't
Expert, I rest my case. Expert witness.
No, I'm your witness, man.
No, I'm just saying. I rest my case. That was it.
Oh, don't rest it yet, man. Hold on.
Yeah.
Look. Because I won't be here all night, y'all. Because I gotta get up early in the morning, go to ALD in Baltimore. But listen, I love the way you put that together, brother. You could be a lawyer, but listen to this, because I understood exactly what Brother Haru was saying. But
Yes.
remember what I said about no individual at no time,
Yeah.
can do what a collective can do. Now, this is what I want to say for you to add to what you just shared, because you did perfect. That was a perfect tune. That was a perfect kind of segue into what I'm going to say.
Yes, sir.
He was able to pull together some of the greatest vocalists, funk vocalists, and guitar players of all time. Glenn Goins is the one that sang "Swing Down, Sweet Chariot Sound," and he had his own group. Hey, Rue, his group was named Quasar, and George produced that group. Then he also had Felipe Wynn, who was a vocalist, lead vocalist, who used to sing with Curtis Mayfield's group and the Impressions. Okay, and there's one that say, he was a crooner, but he could sing. Okay. Then he had a lot of female vocalists. Then he had Gary Scheider after Fuzzy. I want to go back to what I said earlier, because Fuzzy was the actual lead vocalist when George turned it over to Fuzzy. And you can go back just after the era you just showed, bruh, with the Funkadelic. You'll see Fuzzy. Fuzzy is the one that used to always be there. George would be sliding around the stage somewhere, but he wouldn't be always out front. Fuzzy was. Now, Grady was baritone. Fuzzy was alto. Ray Davis was bass. They could blow. They could sing. Okay. Calvin also sang, but he also played percussion. Then you had Bernie Worrell. Then you had Michael Hampton. I'm just throwing them out there because all of them played. It was kind of what Haru said earlier was important. George was an excellent producer, not a behind the scenes producer, but I'm talking about on the stage producer. He produced on the stage, and I mean you could see that. I mean he directed. He directed when the guitars would come in. He directed when the horns would go out, because he composed a lot of stuff. So this is why I was saying that, before it became George Clinton and the P-Funk All-Stars, it was the Parliament Funkadelic, or the Funkadelic with other groups. George created the Brides of Dr. Funkenstein. He created Parlette. He created the Horny Horns. Now, we mentioned James Brown earlier. We need to understand, most people know Bootsy Collins and his brother played with James Brown. But when Bootsy Collins also had the Rubber Band out of Ohio. A lot of people don't know that history. They had a big war that went on around the Rubber Band because it was a white group. It was a white country group that called themselves the Rubber Band, and they were fighting over all of that anyway. It's a long story. But anyway, the Horny Horns. some of the baddest horn players around. Maceo, Fred Wesley. I mean, I don't want to leave out the drummers. Jerome, I think it's Jerome Braley and Tyrone Lampskin. They were early on. All of these cats were excellent in the funk. And that's why I said I'm a funkadelic, because that's how they pushed it. Now, what George should be credited with mostly is the fact that before funk was, or that type of style was played on the radio, George decided to go to all the small circuits, like the colleges, the HBCUs. And this is when they had the gimmick. They had smoke that came out and come out. But George was like the leader of all of that. And at one time, before he started dressing up, he wore a sheet with nothing under it. And that kind of scared a lot of the so-called, commercial sector. But the youth loved that. They loved the fact, because at one time he streaked. I seen him streak at Bowie State College. So what I'm saying is his gimmicks is what made the concept of the funkadelic being wild and acceptable and out there. But then they lobbied, they pressed, they went from label to label, created his own labels. He fought with labels. I mean, they had all kinds of stuff that happened with Motown and different things. And when we talk about funk, we can't forget the Funk Brothers, who never performed live. They played on all the music though back in the back. That was funk. They were the Funk Brothers. That's what their name was, Funk Brothers. But yep. George Clinton has to be credited, Heru, for establishing funk being acceptable in the industry.
That's the fun.
He made it acceptable. If they wouldn't even play the music at first, some of the music and the songs on radio, until he's created such a revenue for that the radio stations a lot of people were missing out on. And the payola said, hey, we got to play the Funkadelic. They even played some of the songs that they might have said some curse words on and bleeped them out. So eventually, when they started getting airplay, all of these different conglomerates he had, everybody else, whether or not it was the Barkays, whether or not it was Confunction, all of them locked hold to
John Witness. Say, don't forget about Junie Morrison.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that's right. Junie Morrison. It's a whole lot of names that I probably have not named. You're right. Got the name Junie Morrison, but the bottom line is that's what he was basically looked at as the godfather of funk, because he actually created, like he could do a concert with 3 different groups. And then Bootsy, you got to understand, without George Clinton, Bootsy would not have been who he ended up being, because it slid right from the Funkadelic, where Bootsy would play bass, but then he would be one of the opening acts, the Rubber Band, Bootsy Collins and the Rubber Band. So what I'm saying to you is that George actually had a whole, how should I put it? Not just a show. He didn't have to perform. He did perform with Earth, Wind, and Fire. He performed with a Rare Earth, the Ohio Players, and a lot of people. But when George Clinton and the P-Funk came to the stage, before they called themselves the P-Funk All-Star, man, you could see everybody gravitating to it. So it came at you mentioned Heru, Flashlight and all of that was later on in the game. But believe me, you would go to a concert and everybody would be trying to just dress like the Funkadelic, act like the Funkadelic, say they were like I said, we had a funk mob in DC. It was over 50 brothers in Southeast. They call themselves the Funk Mob. That was because of what George created with the group of pulling all them artists and energy together. But at the same token, even though I'm a witness to what Rastafunk is saying, I'm in the between, because I could never compare George Clinton to a Sly, and you left out one of the most important people that George studied, and that's Sun Ra, bro. Sun Ra, George Clinton did the exact same thing Sun Ra did on a different kind of dimension. George brought the funk for it, where Sun Ra was taking you out into space and taking celestial music jazz to a whole nother level. So bear in mind, Sun Ra was born in 1914, man. So Sun Ra was the elder of all those folks that you just mentioned. And Sun Ra put the orchestra together, and George kind of emulated that with R&B, so-called rhythm and blues and rock, where he brought all of these, he would have 2 or 3 guitar players, 2 bass players at some time, plus with Bernie Worrell on keyboards.
Sun Ra played instruments?
Huh?
Yeah.
Sun Ra played instruments, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Sun Ra played keyboard. Just Sun Ra was a master of the organ and keyboards. But the point I'm making to you, though, Sun Ra brought together, the orchestra is still playing. Sun Ra's ancestor, the orchestra is still bad.
Right.
And Bernie Worrell, before he transitioned, went to play with the orchestra. So what I'm saying to you is the exact same thing that Sun Ra did, George did. It's just
except play instruments.
No. We're not talking about from an instrument perspective. We're talking about from a production perspective. So I totally agree with you. George was not, and even though I heard what he just played, which was important, because that was part of how Parliament started. Like I said, it was George Clinton's barbershop, and you heard it. But the evolution, but he didn't start really making it popular until it became the Funkadelic, and then the Parliament became the band. So they did a switcheroo, okay, and then later on, like I say, Fuzzy.
Parliament became the band. I thought Funkadelic was the band and Parliament was the singers.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, Heru. He had control of all of that, and Parliament at first was a vocalist group. But later on, when they became Parliament Funkadelic, the Funkadelic became the vocalist group, and Parliament became the band. Now,
so the singers became the instrumentalists?
No.
No, it was just a name. See, when they were all Funkadelic, when they were all Funkadelic, George left, and so it was still another Funkadelic with just the singers.
Let me break it down for him.
Go ahead now.
See, George, it was some kind of rift that happened, okay? And I know we public, okay? Ray told me about it, all right? They decided that they were 3 or 4 of them versus one George. George was still in control of the conglomeration, but they decided to step away and vamp the Funkadelic. And they had 3 albums that came out.
What did they step away from? I just want to understand the evolution. What was it called before when they stepped away?
Say what now?
Before they stepped away, what was it called before?
They were Parliament Funkadelic. Like I said, all of that network. Parliament means legislative over all. That's what Parliament meant to them. And I mean, they broke it down in Jet Magazine. They told you. He had a monkey called it the monkey of logic. Okay. So they said Parliament meant Parliament, just like the Parliament. Okay. But it was Parliament Funkadelic. So it was like away from the Parliament politics and into the cosmic music. So it was a concept. It was a concept that George actually put together where it was Parliament. Listen, Parliament Funkadelic thing. So it was a Parliament Funkadelic. They had a minister. They had a little thing called the Monkey of Logic, and what they were striving to do. All of the lyrics is just like I told y'all about America East is Young album.
Okay.
So a lot of people were able to come into that concept and add to it. If you look at the America East is Young album, I think it was Pedro Bell, I think, did that one. But anyway, he had a whole lot of artists and a lot of people and a lot of musicians and a lot of people. When they used to come to town and do parties, man, it was just all kinds of people that you would never see on the stage, all kinds of art. Let me finish this little train of thought, because the funk is coming out of me, okay? I can remember the days when we used to party like I don't know what. And this was, look, everybody didn't know what this means. That simply means love, man. That's sign language for love. That's what they were pumping. And that's what really, they kind of ignited the Black community. And then the white community loved them because they sound so. They were probably one of the baddest black rock groups out there too. You could
There you go.
categorize it because out of that came In Living Color. All these groups, all this stuff. Betty Davis, all of them. Even Larry Graham with Graham Central Station. All of them had respect for what George opened the door for. And I've talked to some of them, Jimmy Castor Bunch. All of them had a respect. Hey, Root, this is the point I'm trying to get across to you. They all had a respect for George because George opened the door for what is popularly known as funk music. Now, yes, Sly Stone was a part of that. In fact, George worked with Sly. If you read his book, they were like partners. They would get out partners together. But anyway, I'll stop.
The funk is stronger with them two together.
But the deal is, because Sly was a DJ when he first started jamming, and a lot of people don't know that before he went on stage. But without my point is, even though Sly could play music, Sly wouldn't have been nothing without Rose and Larry Graham. Larry Graham on bass. That's why Larry Graham could leave Sly and do his own thing, Graham Central Station. So what I'm saying to Heru, in my era, out of the 60s, because that's where I'm coming. I was in the 60s. We were youth growing up. To me, the Funkadelic was influencing everybody in the music industry. And that's how that's how George has become who he is. Now, when the problem happened with Fuzzy, Ray, Grady, and Calvin, they tried to roll with the Funkadelic, and it didn't kick like what George was doing, even though the music was awesome. The music, they got some good musicians. It was tough stuff. I mean, I got the 3 albums upstairs that they had. They were really great, but they didn't click like George's thing. So later on, George did a thing with George Clinton and the P-Funk All-Stars. Because of the nature he had, Paulette, the Brides, the Horny Horns, Boosie, all of them. So I just want y'all to be clear, and I mean, I'm just giving it up the way I saw it and the way I lived it. So we saw ourselves as Funkadelic, even though we weren't on stage. To us, we was the Funkadelic. I'm talking about, that's just how the energy was. So that's why people loved George Clinton. That's why people gravitate to George Clinton, because to everybody, if it were not George, and I forgot Gary Scheider, who used to wear the diaper. His sons right now you listen to them, they sound like the Funkadelic. We had a group here in DC, young group called the Crank Kids. They sound like the Funkadelic because of the music. The music was so off the charts, and the lyrics of the songs were totally different than the regular R&B stuff. So I just wanted to put that in the proper context. And all y'all listening out there, don't feel no way, because I love George. But the fact of the matter, George was not, in my opinion, a great singer or a great musician. But he was a great producer, a great organizer, and he admits some of his shortcomings in his book himself. And I want y'all to understand, he's got his own book out, and you should read it because he's speaking truth to power in there. But my last point is, Ray ended up singing after Otis died with the Temptations. Ray Davis became the bass vocalist because they couldn't get nobody else that could, because his voice was so on. He ended up singing with the Temptations.
Yeah, but they sound like the Temptations. They sound like the Temptations in the 60s behind George.
No. But that's what that's what everybody was trying to do. But
exactly.
If you go to Howard Theater here, I'm telling y'all, man, because I used to go in the back door at the Howard Theater. But if it wasn't the Temptations, I don't care who else it was, they would boo you off the stage. Because the Temptations had it going such a way, man, with David Ruffin. Plus, they were known in D.C. Eddie Kendricks, Paul, they could sing, man. All them cats could sing.
Yep.
And then when Eddie left, they got Dennis Edwards. And so they were consistently, the Temptations were consistently considered one of the baddest female vocalist groups out there. The only other people that came close to them and they had a different sound was the Four Tops. But everybody else that was trying to do that, we had a lot of groups here in Washington that would mimic that. Just like we had the people mimicking James Brown. We had people mimicking George Clinton. I just told you we had the Crank Kids here. So that's my contribution.
So
But
So
hey,
here's what it
Ruth,
sounds like.
you got the real funk go back to Cosmic Slop days, brother. The first Cosmic Slop. I'm not talking about the Cosmic Slop.
Okay.
That's where it was at. Way before all the other stuff, the bubblegum stuff, the bubblegum funk. That's what we used to call it. We were hard funketeers. We wanted the real funk, raw funk.
Maggot brain.
Yeah, maggot brain. That's right. Cosmic
All right.
Slop. You
So
know,
here's what it sounds
soul is
like.
the ring around my bathtub. You know, that's the kind of funk we wanted. Yeah. What is
That's the
soul?
funk.
Soul is the ring
Yes,
around
sir.
my bathtub.
Okay.
So we come from that era, and then and the funk kind of, went commercial because they were making money and they were selling records and being played on the radio. So then you had what's the one with the not just Sir Nose, but what's the album where they had the elephant nose? Y'all know what I'm talking about. We call that bubblegum funk, but it was
Yeah.
good music. But to me,
Yeah.
that was going way away from the funk that I grew up on. You know what I mean? So,
All right.
and then when they did Flashlight and all that was good and dandy. But to me, that was bubblegum funk. The real
Yeah.
funk was Maggot Brain, Cosmic Slop. I Want to Testify. I just want to testify what your love is to. And I can't sing. I ain't no singer. So
That's all right. It's
Oh,
funk.
you sound just as good as George Clinton.
So
No,
baby,
so here's the thing, right? Here's what I'm getting out of it, and I wish that this was discussed more because you laid down all the attributes of George Clinton, the good and the bad, right? All right. So what I'm getting, the picture that I'm getting that's being painted is, it seems like his real talent was he was a thought leader, and he was also someone who had the creativity to create storylines and to create an alternate universe.
True.
So it seems like he was creating almost like a comic book character world.
Yeah, it's true.
His covers were comic books. His covers were actually
Right.
drawn.
Okay, that makes now it starts making a lot of sense
but
because
the
you start
artist-
telling me about Sir Nose.
He
Devoid
specifically
of
got
funk.
artists that would do that characters. He created characters like that had. But y'all, I missed Sunday, y'all. I was tied up. You mentioned something to me that Keely was talking about.
Yeah.
So bring that, because I need that clarity. What was Keely talking about?
I don't know if Keenan wants to handle this, or I can handle it.
No, you handle it. You have a much better memory, and you recall when you actually talking about
it. Sound like something like Sun Ra kind of stuff. That's what.
So he was. My argument about George Clinton was not the content of his message, is the content of his talent.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What he put up there, that brother, that group is bad. He's talking about Gary Shider.
No, that's Genesis. That's Brother Genesis.
Okay, but I'm talking
John
about
Witness.
He's just talking.
He's okay, but I'm talking about
the group.
Yeah, you talking about Gary Shider?
Yeah, it's
Gary Shider's son. I seen that group. They are off the charts. They play the raw funk.
So anyway, what they called? Go ahead. What's the name of the group?
I can't remember their name, man. But me and Zama went to see them, man, and they just off the hook because a lot of them are out of the DC area. Really rough, man. Off the chains. He got two sons, I think. This one is the one though that, man, they sound just like the original Funkadelic, man.
Okay.
Rastafunk, you would love him, man. And
I know, because he was playing with George. You talking about the one with the dreads, right? Or he used to have dreads.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But Gary Shider's son is what I'm saying. Gary Shider himself was the one that wore the diaper. But
I'm saying after Gary died, he took his dad's place for a little bit.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about. Yeah, so I know
what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. And he broke out and got his own group now. But anyway, the point is, I really like the legacy that they're bringing, because it sounds like the early days of the Funkadelic. But I'm sorry, Heru, cut you off, man. I just saw that pop up.
No, that's all right. No, that's perfectly fine, man. So I was talking about the content of George Clinton's talent, and that's all I was focused on. But I also know that there's also a talent in marketing. There's a talent in creating excitement. There's a talent in creating interest. And it seems to me that George Clinton's lack of vocal skills and lack of musical playing skills um, transferred into certain strengths that he might have had that other people didn't have. It seems like he had more organizational talent than others. It seems as if he also had better business acumen than others.
Yes.
And it seems like also he understood the power of story.
Yeah.
Right? Because when you talk, I listen. And you told me about Sir Nose Devoid of Funk. So I went online, and that's a very interesting name. So I looked for Sir Nose Devoid of Funk, and basically there was a cartoon created with a storyline about
Right.
Sir Nose, basically somebody who's anti-funk,
Right.
and the enemy of funk.
Right.
And so what that did was that creates a storyline that always gets people interested into a storyline. He's creating an imaginary world of funk, and this will help you do that. But also, I understand that an audience will be captive by keeping up with a storyline. So now it makes more sense to have something like the Mothership, because it comes like a Marvel comic universe, right? A
No,
Marvel
exactly,
universe
exactly.
where you have heroes,
And
Shiro,
don't forget,
and
don't forget, Sir Nose got shot with the bop gun.
okay, he got shot with the bop gun.
And he got the funk,
Exactly.
and he got the
Exactly.
funk, and he danced. He could dance and stand on his head. I'm saying, so what you're saying
And these
is
are the
so
stories
important.
that George Clinton is coming up with, and it keeps people's interest.
Yeah.
And he created work for all of these people. He brought all these people. This guy could dance his ass off, man. Sir Nose would walk out, and he got shot with the bop gun, and that means they hit him with the funk,
Right,
and then he just start dancing. So, and it's a whole lot of other things too. We're missing a whole lot.
right. So
You know,
he created a mythology.
no question, no question about it. But
Yeah, that's what
and then he
in
had
Genesis.
different people that added those cartoons to it, because from what I understood, there was a whole lot of films, you might better see some of them, that they did do that were in cartoon form. They were all about the
Right.
storylines and whatnot. So it's not just, with Sir Nose. He did it with a whole lot of things.
Right. So I think that, so here's what I think is that when we do talk about George Clinton, those are the conversations that need to be had, because the average person is just looking for, what are you doing on stage, singing or playing instruments or
Right.
dancing? Because the assumption was this guy is going toe to toe with James Brown and Sly and the Family Stone in terms of Sly Stone's performances, his keyboard playing, his singing, and all of that. And you come to find out that that's not really what it is. So I think that what has to happen in all conversations is it needs to be accurate, and maybe an asterisk needs to be put on his name, where there needs to be more explanation as to what his true brilliance and genius is that you're not going to find it in terms of watching him on stage. You're going to find it in terms of the environment that he created around the storylines, getting the human mind interested in what's happening in this new realm of music called funk. And you have the heroes, Shiros, and protagonists and antagonists. That is actually very brilliant to be able to do something like that, to get people's interest, and people are wondering what's the next chapter. And that's when I understand now, because you've actually explained it in a way, you're a great expert witness, because you've explained it in a way that I think is missing from the conversation about funk, man, in a sense that, yes, you have the rhythm and you have the music, but there was a mythology around this art form.
Yes. All
you
right.
understand what I'm saying?
Hey,
and that's left out. That explanation is
true.
left out.
Hey,
It's almost never mentioned.
I'm going to throw another one at you quick, too.
All right.
I like to funk you. I'm Dr. Funkenstein, and I'm
Right.
going to funk you up. And see, young people love that. They love that. Just what I just said. Dr. Funkenstein.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what
He
I mean?
created a character called Dr. Funkenstein.
Yes.
He created a character called the Brides of Funkenstein, right?
Right. But they came that grew from Dr. Funkenstein.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying is that this is
so kind of what happened was, the first one was where he created Sir Nose. Next one was Dr. Funkenstein. Well, Sir Nose and Dr. Funkenstein. But then the next one, I forget what was I forget what the second one was, but the third one they went underwater. So
Right.
each album was a different story,
Right.
and it built on the last story.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So,
But to see him come out that mothership, I'm telling y'all, just that show where George Clinton came down out the mothership. I'm telling y'all, man, you would not believe the energy that you
so
felt.
describe it. You
Well,
were there.
first of all, Glenn Goins, who I love dearly, I got to meet Glenn. Glenn died. You know, he had Hopkins disease, but Glenn Goins had a group called Quasar, and he sang that song, "Swing down, sweet chariot sound, and let me ride." That you could feel the energy. It was almost like people thought they were going to be free when the mothership came down. You could feel it. Haru,
Right.
when he was singing that song.
But Senghor, but for the people who don't know what the
All right,
mothership
I'm gonna
is
break
and
it
don't
down.
there's
I'm
people
finna,
who are not part of the funk
I'm finna
genre.
find it.
Well, I tell you what, they got.
But not even like the physical mothership, but what was the meaning of the mothership? Why was a mothership necessary? What is it? Someone coming from a different place? This is what I'm saying, that there's a mythology that
Yes.
he's created. So
Yes.
what is the mothership within the mythology that George Clinton created?
Well, basically, the mothership, from the way I got it, the mothership was coming down to kind of bring positivity and love to the earth.
So it's
The
coming from a
mothership.
different planet. It's coming from a different
Yeah.
planet.
The
Did he have a name of the planet?
it was the mothership. No, he never talked
Okay.
about the planet, but he talked about the mothership connection. The
Okay.
mothership connection. They talk about the black hole. They tied a lot of real historical stuff to how should you put it? Made it they turned nonfiction and fictional
Mm-hmm.
and put it before you in a fictional way, but it tied to nonfiction. It's like the black hole. Okay, so when you say "swing down, sweet chariot sound," I want to ride. People felt like they were going to be freed up from all of their stuff. You see, it's like dance away all of my constrictions.
So it was like a religious experience.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
well, it was the funk. It's the funk. But here's the thing:
Oh,
you say, "I want to dance away all my constrictions." Man, people when they get on the dance floor really felt like they were dancing away, because they were dancing away all their constrictions. Now, when the mothership came down, first of all, the song was "Swing Down, Sweet Chariot Sound," and it was like, "I want to ride," and then they say, "Do you want to ride?" And Glenn Goins pumped it up, and he could sing. And he was like, "Do you want to ride?" And then he said, "Yeah, I want to ride." And all they start singing, and then comes down the mothership. And when the mothership comes down from up on the up in the so-called up in the rafters, that's what it looked like. It was.
Did
the
you know
rafters
that? Did you, when you were there at
Yeah,
that concert?
I've been
did
at
you know,
all of them. I've been
right?
all of them.
So
when
the
it was
first
so-
time, did you know that the mothership was going to come down,
I
or
knew.
was it a surprise?
No, I knew, but it was a surprise to a lot of
It was
people.
a
I knew
surprise.
because I had talked to some folks beforehand,
Okay.
and they said, "Watch what happened with this show." But when the mothership came down and it
Mhm.
landed, listen to this: the first time,
Yeah.
this was at Coalfield House. I was there. I
Mhm.
mean, we had a couple of times when they did the mothership here, but this was the first one at Coalfield House out Maryland University. And when it came down, George Clinton came up, a elevator brought him up, and then he walked down the steps. He had a mink coat on, a full-length mink fur coat, and he opened up the coat when he was coming down the steps, and he had a handkerchief, and the handkerchief was a red, black, and green, a red, white, and blue flag. And he wiped himself and dropped it as he was coming down the steps. So symbolic to those of us that that was conscious in the movement. It was like, man, this is telling people rise above America. This is what he was telling people. We got that. Everybody.
So it seems to me that the appropriate title for George Clinton is the High Priest of Funk.
That's Glenn Goins.
Oh, Glenn Goins is the High Priest.
No. He just put Glenn Goins.
Oh, no. I'm saying that it sounds like, based on what you're explaining in terms of the real power and the strength of George Clinton, is that he's more like the High Priest of Funk. He made
Yeah,
it into a
because that's the
religious
way everybody
experience.
looked at him. Because, like I said, that's what was created as Dr. Funkenstein. He was. I was just listening to Glenn, man. I love Glenn Goins, man, because Glenn Goins had a something with him. There go George right there.
So was George a character in his mythology?
Yes.
What was the name of the character?
One was Dr. Funkenstein. That's Burning
Oh,
Orwell. One was Dr. Funkenstein.
okay.
He had what was it? It was a couple others, man. It'll come to me in a minute. But
Okay, so
definitely,
he was Dr. Funkenstein. So now I can imagine people going crazy when Dr. Funkenstein appears.
yeah.
Right?
I like
Got
to
it.
funk you. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I got it
Exactly.
now. So I'm
But all
understanding
of the
that.
vote. But remember all of those great vocalists. They were the ones that would pump it all up, and everybody would be all
Got it.
pumped up. And
Now
then
let
and
me
guess
ask
who
y'all
was
a question.
Star
All
Child?
right,
Star
all right.
Child was one of them. George Clinton was Star Child too.
Okay.
Yeah, he was. George Clinton was
So
actually Sir Nose until Sir Nose came out and danced.
until he hired
Yeah,
this guy to dance.
yeah. So he was
Okay.
he was actually Sir Nose at first.
I get it now. Brilliant. So here's what I'm starting to see, and this is what I'm piecing together. This is what I'm piecing together, y'all, which is like it's really actually quite fascinating, and I'm surprised that people don't talk about George Clinton in this way at all. They don't really talk about he's actually a religious cult leader, and I don't say it in a bad way.
No, no,
He's
no,
a
no, no.
he,
You're right.
he's a
You're right.
religious
But
cult leader, and I think what I'm gonna say is this: if he could sing real well and play an instrument real well, he might not have come up with all of this. And what I'm saying is that he needed something to
yeah,
compensate for his lack of talent.
So remember though, George first wore a white wig. George first
Okay.
wore a white wig that was like what was happening in Parliament in Britain. The white wig. That's what he used to
Right.
wear, a white wig before he
Right.
went to this wig. So he used certain things that people are familiar with and took them to another whole level.
Do you
So
think? And here's my question to both of y'all: do you think that he would have come up with all these storylines and characters and theater, basically,
it is
if
theater.
if he was a great singer and musician?
Uh, I,
Like if
I
he could hold his own on stage without having to do that, do you think he would have done that?
yeah, I do because I think
no,
it was
no,
definitely.
no. I'll say no in the sense of how things are created when you get great people around you, and what happens is when you're Prince, you don't really need nobody, so you never. Prince didn't enjoy great people around him till he was much older. Then he
Right.
brought in the Shaka Khans and the Larry Grahams and all these people who he remembered were great. But when he was young and could do everything, he ain't had time for that. He just needed people who could do what he needed them to do, and that's it. Period.
Right. I'm
Well,
saying
but
so. Someone like Prince wouldn't have created this whole
Now,
alternate universe because
no,
he
no,
didn't
no,
need
no,
to
no,
do
no,
that. Is
no.
that
He
what we're
wouldn't.
saying?
He wouldn't. But yeah, I kind of I hear what Rasta Funk said, but I
he'd
don't.
be he would have been creative, but it wouldn't have been this. It
Right.
wouldn't have been.
You'd have been creative towards the musical notes and the
Yeah,
musical
been,
arrangements.
No,
Whereas
I
I'm
think
just saying that like it seems as if George's lack of real musical talent is what caused him to stay in the game by creating other aspects of
I don't think
creativity.
so. I don't.
You
I
don't think?
just. I don't think so, Haru. I think see the way things happen,
because he.
man. It's sort of like giving the people what they wanted. The people loved this stuff that George brought forward, man. And the more he saw, the more he bought more. So I believe that it was created by the demand. I believe the people loved that kind of entertainment. Okay, because first let's look at Earth, Wind, and Fire for an example. Earth, Wind, and Fire are awesome musical group, and they even started doing similar kind of stuff that George did. They had the piano that goes playing all around. A lot of people gravitated to what George was doing, and so because the people loved it, and I'm telling you, they were selling out everywhere they went, man. And they started out small, and then they ended up in convention centers, and they were selling them out, man, like 90
Yeah.
miles north, man, like
Yeah.
nobody
It
else.
sounds so. It sounds like it was almost like a theater show.
Yes, That's
It
what I'm
was.
talking about.
Like a
That's what I'm
play.
saying to you. And see, that's why George Clinton he's on the Walk of Fame, because he actually took things to another level in terms of showmanship and entertainment. People love that kind of stuff, man. And and
Yeah,
and and,
yeah.
and it's not so much just like what you see right there now, the mothership. People love that, man.
So tell me the
Love.
energy. So tell me the energy in the room the first time you saw the
Oh man,
mothership.
people were screaming. They were hollering like I don't know what. Ah! They thought the mothership was gonna take them with them, man.
Right. He created a religious experience.
Yes, I
Yes.
swear people thought they were gonna go just like flashlight. You know, you go to a concert now and everybody do the lighter thing. George Clinton and them popularized that, man. Flashlight. I'm telling y'all, George Clinton and them did that. I mean, everybody does it now. But you see what you see right now?
Hmm.
This thing. Watch. I want. I don't know which one video this is, but watch if you see him come down out of the ship, because I seen it. I seen it about 4 times. I
Okay.
saw it in
Give it.
Richmond, Virginia. I saw it in D.C. 3 times. But the first time I saw it is when he had that. I mean, somebody might have flagged him on it because that blew me away. I was blown away. There you go. There you go. Let's see.
Can you
Let's
give us
see.
some volume, Keenan?
Yeah, man.
There has been an awakening. Have you felt it?
Oh, they stopped. They stopped it right there. That's where it stopped.
Do you want to ride?
There it is, though. That brother there said,
Do you want to ride? Bring it down one more time. I want to ride tonight.
and you see the name of his group was Quasar.
I want to ride tonight. I want the mothership to land right in here. And when it comes, I want to ride. Yeah.
See that? Everybody want to ride. Everybody.
Somebody help me sing, swing down. Come on, you stand, y'all. Come on, sing, y'all. Somebody help me, Lord. Sing, yeah. Swing down. Yeah. Wait a minute. I think I see the mothership coming. Lord. I think I hear the mothership coming. Yeah. I think I see the mothership coming. Yeah. I think I see the mothership coming. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see the mothership coming. I see the mothership coming.
Listen to them keyboards, man. It's the Roof Factor, Bernie War Red.
So people just losing their minds right now.
No question, man. Hey, Rue, look. Hey, Rue, you can see people that go see the replica of the mothership at the museum here, the historic here in Washington D.C. They got a replica of George Clinton in the museum, and they also have a replica of the mothership. That's not the real one. I think the real one, something happened to the real one. I think, I believe it. Yeah, I think something happened to the real one, but they got a replica.
Wow. So when they were on tour, they had to bring this with them everywhere they went.
Only when they use this. Only when they use this one. So remember, they didn't take this out on. It was one tour, the mothership landing.
So when he comes out of the mothership, what character is he?
Dr. Funkenstein, I think.
Dr. Funkenstein comes out the mothership. Okay.
I think he was Dr. Funkenstein at that time. But you see the name? Look, it says Parliament Funkadelic. You see what I'm talking about? See, before he was P-Funk All-Stars.
Mm-hmm.
That came after this.
Okay. So P-Funk All-Stars came after the mothership.
Because see,
Yeah.
remember he got all those labels, and it was a lot of stuff that went down, man. And he talks about a little of it in the book. A lot of rip-offs happened, man. And so what he did basically was had to brand by using P-Funk All-Stars.
Okay. So let me ask you a question now in terms of the alternative universe that he created. Was it expanded in terms of like more stories, or he stopped doing that? And did anyone else pick up from that and try to create their own alternative universe within the funk world, or is that really unique to George Clinton?
Bootsy did.
Okay.
Bootsy did, when George was Star Child later on, Bootsy became Star Child because Bootsy started wearing the stars and the glasses and all because Bootsy was so tough. Bootsy playing that guitar was so tough, man. The rubber band was bad, but he always would kick with George, though. I mean, they always saw them as one. And I ran into Bootsy one time. Bootsy lives in the D.C. area now, by the way. He can't play no more. I think he got something happening with his hands. Something's going on. He can't play, but me and Tilly and Kathy, we went to see Bootsy down at Howard Theater a couple of years ago, and he had music playing, but he wasn't playing, but he was there vibing with everybody. Bootsy could really he had a great presence, stage presence. Bootsy did, no question about it.
And did he create like a mythical world also?
Him, Bootsy Collins, Bootsy.
So he had stories.
My name is Bootsy.
So he had stories and cartoons as well.
Yeah, Bootsy. Yeah, Bootsy had he was moving in that direction. Yes,
Okay.
but he always.
It wasn't quite the same though. George.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, what George did was unique to George. Right. Anyone who tried to do something like that afterwards really didn't fly.
But Bootsy was always tied to George, though. He never was connected.
Yeah.
He was always an extension of the Funkadelic or the funk.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he wasn't trying to go out and emulate. He just had his own character. That's what Haru was talking about. He had his own character.
Yeah.
So it sounds like to me then that what George Clinton created, the music was just incidental to the actual universe that he was creating. The music was a part of the universe. It's like the universe was the main, and the music had the sound of that universe.
That's why I was saying that when you listen to the last version of All Your Goodies Are Gone, he understood at that point how to package it up and sell it. And so all of that was part of that, because that particular track was on the initial Dr. Funkenstein and Sir Noel's album. You see what I'm saying? So that track comes from that album. And so that's really what it was, more so than anything. He understood now, in order for us to do this edgy thing we got, this is how we're gonna be able to sell it. And so then as people joined in, okay, now Bootsy, let's package up the rubber band so that it's out of sight. Now we can make it work. Now let's do this with all these people so we can because he understood at that point how to package it all up.
Well, Haru, I think one of the big things Haru is saying is important. You said religion. I say spirited funk.
Yeah.
He created spirited funk. It's like this one. This is one that you got to remember. Gaga goo gow, gaga goo gow. We are God. Gaga goo gow, gaga goo gow. We are God. Gaga goo gow, gaga goo gow, gaga goo gow gow. Gaga goo gow, gaga goo gow gow gow. We are God. So I'm just saying, it's just a lot of hooks like that that stick with you. You will always remember Bootzilla. That my brother just put it in there. That Bootsy was Bootzilla. Yeah, Bootzilla. Yeah. So, but I know, but see, people don't know a lot about Sun Ra. And, it's important because all of them studied Sun Ra. Jimi Hendrix, all of them, man, studied Sun Ra, bro.
Sun Ra was before Jimmy?
Way before all of them. Sun Ra was born in 1914. Sun Ra was
But Sun
born
Ra
before.
created his own alternative universe as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Did he do
That
it before George or after George?
way before.
Before George.
Let me tell you
Oh,
something, man. Sun Ra
interesting.
opened the door for all of that music, man. See, that's what I'm saying. And Sun Ra was so cosmic. He was too cosmic for a lot of people. He was too. Sun Ra said space is the place. Sun Ra said he was not from Earth. Sun Ra say after he changed his name, he was no longer that. He said when he became Sun Ra, he was no longer the human that you knew before that. He said that he was possessed by Saturn. He came from Saturn, and he came here, and he said the reason he played, and I talked to him about it. The reason he played like that and brought it into harmony, he said, because that's the problem with the world. The world is out of order, and to get it back in order, you got to create disorder to bring order. That's what he did with the music. And Sun Ra originally was a jazz musician.
Exactly.
But Sun Ra understood he had to come up with something that blended with his philosophy. And he created his own philosophy. He did. He said space is the place. And you know, that's when I started writing stuff and I said Earth is just a rock in the sky. I wonder how high a bird could fly. Jimi Hendrix understood, and he took us to the sky. I got all that stuff because of Sun Ra primarily, not George. Because Sun Ra.
So that's why you keep referencing Sun Ra when you talk about George.
Because you can't get around it. Listen, you know what I'm talking about. It's just like when you mentioned James Brown. Do you know Frankie Lyman? See, there were artists that inspired James Brown. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, that a lot of people don't talk about. That's why I mentioned to you when I talked to you about Fats Domino and Little Richard. You know, some people don't know nothing about them. I'm talking about how their music was.
Right.
And we didn't call it funk. It's just like what's his name? Max Roach. Max Roach wrote an article in Garvey's Voice. He say, jazz, we don't call this shit jazz. Max Robinson said this is improvisation music. This ain't no jazz. They gave us that name, jazz, because they thought we were jazzy. That's what he said. So we need to understand Miles Davis, all these they came from that era. And before them, it's just like people talk about hip hop and talk about that. Man, they were doing that kind of stuff back with Mons Mabley. And a whole lot of people were doing that same kind of stuff. It just came across a little different in comedy. You know, a Pygmy Markham. Those cats was doing the same thing that the hip hop era came up doing, man. Slinging, using word sound power, using their mouth with lyrics. So ain't nothing really new under the sun, bro. It's like gets renewed. It's just like reggae. You know, before reggae, you had ska, rock steady. You know what I'm saying? And evolution. I mean, who called the music R&B? We didn't call it R&B. They called it rhythm and blues because they knew it was about blues and rhythm. Just like my sister that was talking about the blues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Man, music is the universal language, and genres are put on it. You follow what I'm saying? I mean, somebody creates that. And I don't know, where did reggae come from? Where did the word reggae come from? Anybody know?
They said, there was a it used to be rock steady, and then it went to reggae because the name was rock steady. Right. So it started out as big band music. Then they put the horn on the repeater and they call it ska. Then they started smoking ganja.
Where did they get reggae from?
The name, like the etymology of the word reggae.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't know. I'm looking it up right now as you ask. And there's gonna be this reggae conference, so it kind of needs to be known. There was a song though called "Do the Reggae" by Toots and the Maytals. That's when I remember that was the name that was the first time like you heard reggae was the name of a song.
I remember that.
Do the reggae, but
Rastafunk, are you coming up to E-Life, man? Rastafunk.
You talking about for Jelani's thing or just Rastafunk in general?
No,
You mean my band?
No. I
Oh,
wish you would. That would be great. Let me know when you want to do that. We work something out. But no, I'm talking about June the 7th and 8th. Are you gonna be able to come up?
let me see. Let me see what we can work out. Let me see.
It would be
I
great.
saw I saw the advertisement.
It would be
Okay,
great. Now
all
we
right.
can
Let
build
me
on
see.
something and figure out something, because then we maybe might hook up something and get you up here when the time is right, bro.
That's what's up. Yes, sir.
Cause like I told Heru, the first reggae group that got me really into reggae was Third World. I mean, I had heard
Mm.
Bob Marley, but I listened to him. But I mean, what locked me into reggae music was Third World. And then when I got into Third World, I mean, 96 degrees in the shade. After that, Jack, I went to Bob Marley. It was no turning around. Peter Tosh, it was no turning around for me then, but reggae was for me. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mhm.
the vibe, it's the vibration. It's the same thing with the funk. It's the vibration, man. The vibe. It's something about the vibe. But reggae is, man, y'all know what I'm talking about. Ross, you know exactly what I'm talking about, Rastafunk. When that
Yes,
vibration
sir.
hits you, man,
Yes.
because it's from vibe to spirit and then to soul. But when that vibe hits you and you get to moving, man, it ain't nothing like reggae, man. And you
No.
ain't got to move fast. That's the thing about reggae. You can move at any pace you want and still be in rhythm. Still be in rhythm.
Yeah, I get it. So, from your history, Senghor, who was the first person to coin the word funk for music, for the
That I'm
music
not
as a
that
genre?
I don't think it was George Clinton. I'm not sure. I don't think it was
That
George
would be
Clinton.
James. That would be
Yeah,
James Brown.
probably James, because he said something to make it funky now. Yeah. It probably James,
And
because
were
George,
during that
George
time were people using the word funky as a slang,
right.
like
He
make it
said keep
cool?
it funky. It's to keep it funky, and then all of a sudden, see George studied James Brown. There's no question about it. George Clinton studied James Brown, Sun Ra, and all of them, man. And see, the thing is, it's just like Michael Jackson. I mean, people look at Michael Jackson. I mean, Michael Jackson grew up looking at some of the greatest singers and dancers,
Yep.
and it was just in him. It's just in him, man. It's just, the ancestral energy just took hold of Michael, and it was unstoppable. He just took it to the bridge. Same thing with Prince. I don't know. I guess it was Jimi Hendrix. Because for me, you know, I like Prince. I like Prince, but for me, you know, Buddy Miles, Jimi Hendrix, that was my thing, man. That's what I grew up on.
Right, right. Yeah, I love when they were the band of Gypsies.
Oh my God. Ain't
Yeah.
nothing but the
I
truth.
love their music.
But that
Yeah, I love
because
that. You know.
that was actually tight rhythm.
All right, have
And
you ever
and and,
listened?
Mhm.
and we prefer tight rhythm.
You ever listen to Richie Havens?
I've heard
Richie
of him,
Hay.
but I haven't gone deep into
Oh
his music.
man.
I seen something where he played at Woodstock,
Yes. Richie
but
Havens, baby. Richie
it was
Havens
more
is,
acoustic stuff that I heard
yeah,
from
but
him.
funk.
Oh, okay.
Funk.
You have to give
So,
me some. You have to give
Richie
me some
Havens
song
was a funk
references, though.
vocalist.
All right. What song best exemplifies
Well,
that from him?
I have to go back to the drawing board on that, man. Just go Google Richie Havens, man.
Yeah, I mean, no, I know who he is, and I've watched him when he
But I'm
performed
saying
at
song wise,
Woodstock.
Baba Senghor, can he sing and play? We got to get that straight before we sit here.
Yeah,
Rule.
yeah, yeah. And I've
He's a
heard him.
great
He can
player.
sing. He
I'm
can
being
sing and
facetious.
play.
I'm being
My tender
facetious.
my
No,
tender
I know
love.
what you. No, listen.
It's
I know what you're saying,
Senghor.
but it has to be said because here's the thing, right? When you're talking to an average person, you're talking about a musical great. They're expecting certain things, like he either can sing real well or he can play music real
Both.
well. But
Both.
what, but what, but what it is about George Clinton? He says Mandrill was amazing.
And he's right.
Um,
And he's right
Yeah.
about Mandrill.
Yes, they are.
okay, that's what you were telling. Mandrill's tougher than Ohio players, right?
Oh
Right,
hell
that's what you're
yeah,
saying.
man. Let me tell you something, man.
Okay.
There's no comparison, man.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah. Man,
Ohio players was a great recording group. They had some of the baddest music that you could think of, but they
Okay.
could not compare to Mandrill live, man.
no.
Man, I would walk out. I'd go to the bathroom on Ohio players, man. I'm serious. I'm not joking. I mean, no offense. I mean, they could really, don't get me wrong, they had some real nice jams out. But they would not. Ohio players, man, open up. I'd be late getting to the show, man, if they were opening. I got to see the real stuff. Mandrill was the real deal, man.
All right, so let me ask you this:
There was.
in the funk music genre, musically, who was the most talented music group?
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Hmm.
Look at Rastafunk.
I want to say, I think of Mandrill like Aswad, and
Yeah.
like ask me that in reggae, I would have said Aswad.
Yeah.
So that's why it's like,
Oh well, I was.
I only forget about Earth, Wind, and Fire because
Don't forget War.
no, war was hard. Now war was hard. Don't get me wrong, war was hard, but war ain't hard like Mandrill. Mandrill can be harder than like P-Funk with the guitars without
but
guitar.
Mandrill, you can't categorize Mandrill. Mandrill played everything, man.
But that's my whole point. They just Mandrill to me, but like I said, but then I forget about I don't. It's almost like Earth, Wind, and Fire to me is like a soul group. They are funky and they're great musicians, but I wouldn't.
But see, here's the difference.
But I can see why you say that. I can see why you say that.
That's why I said it, Rastafunk.
Yeah.
That's why I said it. Because I knew them. I know what they were about. They were comedic group.
Yeah.
They were very comedic. And they were really about Earth, Wind, and Fire. I don't know whether you know a guy named Phil Karan. Hey, Root, did you know of Phil Karan?
Yeah. In Chicago, yeah.
Yes, sir. Maurice studied Phil Karan. So, but the reason I said Earth, Wind, and Fire is because the way Heru contexted, he asked, because to me, they were just way out there musically, man. I mean, but
they was. I mean, Maurice White was.
But I would not disagree with you if you said Mandrill because I loved Mandrill and anything Mandrill played. But Mandrill to me was much more in a much more versatile, universal group. I saw Earth, Wind, and Fire as a group right out of the heart of Chicago, reaching for Kemet. That's how I saw them.
Yeah,
but Mandrill was more South American, Central American energy that had the funk.
Yeah,
I don't know
rock.
how to put it.
They rock every time they play.
They were awesome. They were awesome, no question about it. And in War, I guess I'm kind of biased because I end up I was caddying War, and I done some direct work with War. And
War is ridiculous.
Yeah,
War was ridiculous.
It was out there.
Ridiculous.
It was out there.
So you're saying that Earth, Wind, and Fire were more talented than Mandrill and War?
No, I didn't say more talented. You said in terms of music. You said
musically.
Well, they were way out there musically. Yeah, Earth, Wind, and Fire was out there musically.
Like you feel like they had out of all the funk groups, they had the best quality music.
Yeah, I think musically, I would go with Earth, Wind, and Fire. Musically, yes. Man.
Okay.
I mean, if you look at
what you're looking for, like for instance, when you're talking about,
I wouldn't say they were funk group. Though. I wouldn't say they're the best funk group. I would say they.
Yeah.
You talking about Earth, Wind, and Fire?
Yeah.
I would.
I'm talking about funk.
Well, I wouldn't put Earth, Wind, and Fire in that category.
When you talking about funk, the best music was probably George Clinton and P-Funk.
Yeah, I gotta go with the Funkadelic Parliament.
That's the best music. But when you're talking about like the talented bands and that like played hard and was like ridiculous, you can't take nothing away from P-Funk. But when you're talking about, man, it's almost like the closest thing to like how Mandrill hit hard every time is how Fayline Afrobeat hit hard every time. That's like the closest thing to without being
Fayline.
Yeah, without being straight up funk.
Funk wise, the best thing
I've seen
too, though. Brown, that's James Brown's band. To me, funk wise, I thought was incredible. So you're saying that you feel that Who is better than that? You think P-Funk is better than James Brown? I mean, I know it's a lot of the same players, but when they were playing with James Brown, it was really crazy. So you're saying that there's live performances of P-Funk with the same type of energy or more than James Brown's band with the timing and all of that stuff that they were doing?
Yeah, yes, and also it depends on kind of what your taste and what you're looking for. So, like for instance,
Hardest
like
shit. I want the hardest shit.
the hardest shit I cut off like was Funkadelic in 1971 when they doing that tour. That was some of the hardest shit there was.
Yeah,
and it was just as tight.
It was just as
tight.
Funkadelic. I have to
go. All right. So here's my question to both of y'all. An alien comes from outer space. There's two questions. And the alien comes to you and says, I need one example, your best example of what you call this thing that you call in funk music. I want one song and I want one album that I can take back to my planet and tell them this is what the Earthlings call the best of a thing called funk music.
Cosmic Slop.
Cosmic Slop?
Yeah,
the song?
I'll go with it.
The album Cosmic Slop.
I'll go with it.
Not the
so
first,
the song
the first one
called Cosmic Slop and the album Cosmic Slop.
Right, both. Yeah.
Is that your answer, Keenan, too?
I'll agree. I'll concur with our expert witness.
No, see, there was two Cosmic Slops. The first Cosmic Slop and the second one were awesome. Both of them. So, the songs, I'm talking about not just the song Cosmic Slop.
I know what you're talking about.
Those albums were off the chain.
Yeah.
Standing on the verge of getting it on.
Yeah.
Man.
Woo. Okay, so what I think has to happen now for our listening audience, we need to hear what you're talking about. Can you play Cosmic Slop?
Yeah.
So we can get an example of what the best of the best in funk music is. At least in y'all's opinion.
Which one you gonna play, Keenan?
Let me see what comes up. Cosmic Slop, Funkadelic.
All right. People listening,
play the live
version. People listening on your Twitter, go ahead and hit the repost button so the people who want to tune into this great conversation can tune in, y'all. Right now, we almost got 50 views, and that means a lot of people enjoying this and tuning in. Just go ahead and hit that reshare button on Twitter. It's a square, almost like a recycle button, but it's square. Hit that so other people can know. We're about to listen to Cosmic Slop, which, in our expert opinion,
you see what keep coming up, Keenan. Keenan, you see what keep coming up when you hit that sunrise all over the place.
Yeah, Keenan, I think your mic is muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, Keenan, I think your mic is muted.
It's not muted. I just want to stand it.
Okay.
Fuzzy Haskins. That's what I was talking about. The little Fuzzy. That's Fuzzy. You're looking for George. You're looking for George Heroux. That's Gary Shotta and Fuzzy Haskins.
To my mother, know this has been 3 young brothers. We see it hard to see the color. She was always with a smile. She was sure to try to lie. The facts must have life was here to hide it. Can you hear the mother? I can't hear my mother call. But at night I hear a call. Oh the Lord, I hear a call. Father is for the kids. Please don't you just be too small. God knows I'm in no wrong. God knows I'm in no wrong. You know the devil sang this.
Would you like to dance with me? We're doing the cotton.
Do you want to dance? Do you want to dance? Yeah. She was well known to the ghettos just for everything. And we must be talking. But always with a smile. She was sort of trying to hide it. The facts must that she was catching up. I can hear my mother call. I can hear my mother call. But at night I hear a call. Oh the Lord. She said, Father, it's for the kids.
And in everything I do.
Please don't you judge me to us wrong. God knows I'm in no wrong.
I can hear my mama call.
I'm in no wrong.
That's Kid Funkadelic, Michael Hampton. Glenn Goins, Michael Hampton, and Gary Shotta on guitar. There he is. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that ain't him. Where's George at? That's Grady. That's Grady right there. That's Grady. Didn't even see George in that clip, but he's there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I can hear my mother call.
Yeah, man.
All right. So now here's my
That was
question.
live. That was a live one. That was nice.
All right. So here's my questions to y'all. That is what you give the example of the funkiest song that you would send to aliens that came. But are you all telling me that you think that's funkier than James Brown, The Big Payback?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's funkier than The Big Payback?
Yep. For aliens.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah. Because
Really?
yeah, I won't see.
Can we play The Big Payback? Could you play that? Could you play that real
I'll
quick?
play the big payback. I'll play the big playback. But what James don't have is the expansion. He just got the back and forth, and no one does the back and forth better than James. But it's the expansion that we're giving the aliens, not the back and forth.
Yeah.
Really?
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. This is very interesting to me because as someone from the outside looking in, maybe I have a wrong idea of what the funk is to y'all.
It's kind of like you don't play the what's that what's that Bob album with all the hits on it? Legend. You don't play the legend. You see what I'm saying? You don't do the legend. You play the songs that tell you really what reggae is talking about.
Yeah. No, but I mean the Big Payback is very funky to me. Like it's very popular, but the music of it is very, very the groove, the bass, the drums is hard.
Yeah, but
Big Payback is hard.
Yeah, but the lyrics. Anyway, I'll let you listen to that.
Revenge.
I'll be right back.
I'm mad. Got to get back.
That bass line.
I need some get back. Payback. Payback. That is. Payback. Revenge. I'm mad. Get down with my girlfriends. That ain't right. Whoa. Smoking. Hollering cuss. Payback is a thing you got to see. Hell, never do anything to me. You sold me out for chicken change. Told me they had it all arranged. You had me down at the bank. Now you're punk. You got to get ready for the big payback. The big payback. That's where I land. Oh, for the big payback. The big payback. I can do wheeling. I can do dealing. Yes, you can. But I don't do no damn squealing. I can dig rapping. I'm ready. I can dig scrapping. But I can't dig that backstabbing. The brother getting ready. That's the bank. Get ready, you mother. Mother big payback. Hey! Let me hit him. Hit him, Fred. Hit him. Hey, hey. Woo! Lord.
That's hard.
Lord. Took my money.
Okay, so all right, so here's the thing about this. All right, first of all, you don't want to sound disrespectful to James, so I don't want it to make it feel that way. However, if Funk had stayed right here, then you'd be able to package it up and can it. You understand what I'm saying? You learn to play the guitar licks and don't move from that guitar lick. You learn to play the beat, don't move from that beat, and you can just emulate. So it's a lot of people who can emulate James stuff. However, you can't emulate that P-Funk song Cosmic Slop unless you're playing Cosmic Slop. You can't, it's not emulated in the same way. So I understand that James Brown kind of like reggae. He put you there and you don't, and you go and you there. You're not leaving there. There is where you at. However, P-Funk brings you there and then it'll take you somewhere and bring you back. Like James.
I mean, I noticed you dancing more to the big payback. I was watching you.
But dancing, but funk ain't necessarily about the dance. That's what I'm saying. Funk ain't about the dance. I enjoy. Of course, I'm a dance because that's what it does. It puts you there. However, I'm more intellectually curious and more intellectually awakened musically when I hear Cosmic Slop and when I hear the guitar solos and when I hear the changes that go on and the movement within that. You understand? So that's that expression that I would be sending as opposed to that locked in expression. Yeah, it locked you in. That's what James do. It's not gonna not do that. That's what it's supposed to do. Sometimes with P-Funk, you might be standing there a second and like, what the fuck? You know, and even with Sly, sometimes it's like that. Sly, who the fuck had put a wah-wah pedal on the damn violin? But Sly. You're like, what's that sound? And then it's the violin player and it's wah-wah, So those pushing the boundaries out, like the foundation. Yeah, James give you the foundation. It's there, but that's why James' rhythm section worked with P-Funk. That's exactly why it worked, because they lock in like you want them to lock in. However, they can expand. They ain't got to keep doing that same shit over and over. They can get funky. They can do some things, and that's what P-Funk brings.
I think that's interesting, I think it's very interesting because for me, funk, my understanding of funk was about the groove, that the groove was the most important thing in funk. That groove, there's a certain sound that make you get that nasty face.
Well, that's the foundation. That's the foundation. Right. Yeah, and not to cut you off, but any of these tracks that we talking about, when you strip all the other stuff, that's what you got. That's what the drummer and the bass are locked in that way. So don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, so with Cosmic Slop, and I'm going to listen to the recording because I know you played it live.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the groove that strong like what I heard with James Brown.
Oh man, that's one of the nastiest grooves, especially live in the building. Man, that thing grab you and oh man.
Can you do me a favor and play the recorded version of Cosmic Slop?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Because I want to listen to the groove to hear, because I want to be able to hear what you're talking about. Because in my world, there's under no circumstance what I heard for Cosmic Slop is more funky than the Big Payback. Like I don't understand.
That's fair.
It, But I do want to hear. But I want to compare apples to apples, right? Or mangoes to mangoes, because we played the live version, So I want to hear the recorded version because we listened to the recorded version.
And I can tell you, James Brown live version sounds just like that. So it's not like, but that's because that's what he's trying to do.
So you're saying that funk is less about the groove, more about the expansion? That's what you're saying?
The groove,
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
oh, hold on.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Born to my mother, an older sister, and three young brothers. We seen it hard, we seen it kind of rough, but always with a smile, sure to try to hide the fact from us that life was real. I'm one of five, born to my mother, an older sister, and three young brothers. We seen it hard, we seen it kind of rough, but always with a smile. She was sure to try to hide the fact from us that life was really tough. I can hear my mother call, I can hear my mother call. Late at night I hear a call, on the Lord I hear a call. She said, oh, Father, it's for the kids, any and everything I did. Please, please don't judge me too strong. Lord knows I meant no wrong. Lord knows I meant no wrong. Then the devil sang, would you like to dance with me? We're doing the cosmic slop. Would you like to dance with me? We're doing the cosmic slop. Would you like to dance with me? We're doing the cosmic slop. She was going on through the ghettos. Tricks would come and then they go. The neighbors would talk and call her Jezebel. But always with a smile, she was sure to try to hide the facts from us that she was catching hell. Hey, hear my mother call. I can hear my mother call. Late at night I hear a call. Oh, the Lord, I hear a call. She says, Father, Father, it's for the kids. Any and everything I did. Please, please don't judge me too strong. Lord knows I meant no wrong. Mother call, I can hear my mother call. I can hear my mother call. I can hear
So what made y'all play that one? That one was interesting. I remember that one when they did that video.
Yeah, so I want to hear a recorded version because we listened to the recorded version of Big Payback.
Oh,
So
okay.
sometimes recorded version and live versions, you can hear
True.
things better in the recorded version. So I want to compare apples to apples or mangoes to mangoes. So because I didn't understand, I don't understand why you all would select that one as the epitome of something funky for aliens, as opposed to the Big Payback where it just sounds so funky and hard. And Peenan was saying because of the expansion, he's saying that Cosmic Slop has an expansion musically, whereas James Brown lays the foundation, but I guess hasn't made add-ons to the house. And he's saying that there's add-ons expansion with Cosmic Slop, but and I think that that's cool. I think that that's real cool, but I think just listening to it and not necessarily knowing the genre, I'm confident that the Big Payback would have just affected me more in terms of, other words, there's this face. For me, this is how I judge the funk. And maybe I have to change that. But this is how I've judged the funk, is something that gives me that, that nasty face. Yeah, that's my litmus test. Like, can it give me that face where it's that nasty face, like it touches me, that I could feel the funk. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, if you smell something funky, something that smells bad, you're gonna make a face, like a stinky face. Well, when you listen to Big Payback, it's hard not to make a stinky face. Now, with Cosmic Slop, I listened to it, and it sounded much better than the live version. That maybe I could hear it better, right? I could hear the instruments better, and it was beautiful. It definitely was beautiful. Like, I liked it. It was beautiful. Like, it was a beautiful song.
So there are a lot of versions of Cosmic Slop, and I hear what you're saying. I was listening to the Payback. I had to go pay back. I had to go pay back nature because I like that too. I just want you to be clear. I love the Big Payback. And, don't get me wrong now. Any one of those, I'll be on the dance floor, man. They make me move. But it's something about them guitars in Cosmic Slop. And I guess that's what Rastafunk is talking about. It's something about them guitars that you don't hear with James Brown.
Okay.
But James Brown got the funk. Without the funk, you can't have the guitars. I mean,
what I was thinking was,
James in every song. You hear James. You hear James in every song, because you got to be locked in with that rhythm.
Right.
If that rhythm ain't locked in, it ain't funk.
So to me, the funk, the strongest element of funk to me is that groove.
No, I understand. I got you. I hear you, Haru.
Right. So I listened for that groove. And I didn't hear that same type of strong, hard groove with Cosmic Slop.
Well, you remember what George told us? Funk can't be domestically produced. Hey, I'll never forget that. We was hurt when that was done. We were kind of hurt because we know that he was throwing at us, because we definitely took them to school, man. When I say took them to school, we were telling them, like, you can't be playing this kind of music and you ain't supporting people that's doing the work. Because we were doing the work with the children, man, with Stop America from Meeting the Young. And that's how we came at them. We were like, okay, it's okay to have fun and play music, but we got to do something about changing the condition of our young. Because like you say, America eats its young and pacifies aged ones. Y'all said it. It's a fact. So now what you do, and that's how we were coming at them. James Brown, I don't know anything James Brown has played that I didn't like.
That's
everything, right. Because like James Brown is, he make it. It's in the pocket, man. He don't be playing, man. Everything he does, even his slow tunes.
You ever heard of the Brand New Heavies?
I have.
Okay, so the Brand New Heavies. This is what I mean when I talk about James Brown. Okay, the Brand New Heavies do the funk kind of like that delicious song that Boosie produced with boom doo 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 doo. But anyway, Brand New Heavies does what I'm talking about when I say canned funk. So they'll find a little groove and it might have a little funk to it, you know what I'm saying? And they ride that and they sing their little, cosmopolitan English songs over the little semi-funky groove, and and then it's called funk. But that comes from not being able to expand beyond just that damn groove. So James, nobody does the groove like James. But once again, nobody does the groove like James. So if you're only doing the groove, it starts to get boring because nobody do the groove like James, and are you copying some James already did?
All right. So now I have another question for y'all. Now that you understand what I mean by funk, within that, the limitation of the groove, what songs would you recommend for people who's really into the groove part of funk?
Funk is Stronger. That song with George Clinton and Sly. That would be one. We Want the Funk. That would be one. You know.
I heard
Atomic.
some Bootsy. I heard some stuff from Bootsy.
I say Standing on the Verge.
Standing on the Verge. And we're talking about
who?
That Funkadelic.
Yeah, we talk most everything we said right now is Funkadelic stuff. But it's other people, it's other artists.
Are you up to Standing on the Verge, Avery?
No.
Okay. Well,
play it.
Some of the stuff.
All right, hold on.
Standing on the Verge. And y'all, I gotta get ready to roll. Like I told y'all, I gotta get some stuff done. I got a couple more hours. I gotta get some stuff done. I got a vend tomorrow at ALD, so I got clothes. I gotta get organized. So, but I'm loving it. I mean, funk don't only move; it removes.
Yes, sir.
Right. That's another George Clinton slam. Funk don't only move; it removes. And like I told y'all, soul is a ring around your bathtub.
Okay.
What is soul? There it is, standing on the verge.
Okay, I'm listening.
What? Listen to it good, man. You're gonna hear James Brown all in this, man.
Don't mean it's not the thing or thing to do. Could be just for you. Even if you don't feel it right now, don't mean someday it'll turn you out. You'll be out of sight. You really shouldn't all fight it. The music is designed to do no harm. It's just for you. With just a little bit of effort, I can't even where we might just turn you on. Even if you don't admit it, the time for change is here, and here we are. We're just for you. Stickers in your head, diggers. One time, and see. We're just for you. You really shouldn't ought to fight it. The music is designed to do no harm. We're just for you. With just a little bit of effort, I can and will, we might just turn you on. You have come to help people. I'm just someone of the reality. Through our music and bring it home.
Carson, what time it is?
What you doing? Standing on the verge of getting it on, and getting it on. Fever, what you doing? Standing on the verge of getting it on, and getting it on. Fever, what you doing? Standing on the verge of getting it on, and getting it on. Song out tonight,
and my soul is out tonight.
There's a song out tonight. There's a song out tonight. All my soul is out tonight. There's a song out tonight, y'all. Come on. There's a song out tonight. All my soul is out tonight. There's a song out tonight, y'all. Come on.
Moses, what time it is?
Even if you don't dig it, don't mean it's not the thing I'm thing to do. Could be just for you. You really should know about it. The music is designed to know. We're just for you. Fever, what you doing? Standing on the verge of getting it on and getting it on. Fever, what you doing? Standing on the verge of getting it on and getting it on. Fever, do it, yeah. Standing on the verge of getting it on and getting it on. Fever, what you doing, yeah. Standing on the verge of getting it on and getting it on. Standing on the verge of getting it on and getting it on.
Standing on the verge of getting it on. Yep.
All right. So here's the thing, right? I didn't hear that groove that gave me the stank face in that song. So let me give you no, I'm serious. So let me give you an example of what I mean. And then the audience can chime in too. This is what I mean. So I want you to play for the audience just so everyone knows what I'm talking about. So we have a big payback. And then I'd like you to play Sly and the Family Stone. Thank you for talking to me, Africa. This is what I mean by the groove. I'm glad we're having this conversation because you know, when you all are talking about the funk and what you all like and what you classify as the funk and super funky, I feel like the big payback is one of the funkiest things I heard than anything I heard from Parliament so far, musically. You understand what I'm saying? But when I'm talking about funk, I'm talking about a very limited version of funk. Okay.
That's what this that brand new heaviest funk.
Yeah.
Is it?
But this the original. This is what they copied. That's what I'm saying. That brand new heaviest funk.
That what funk?
I'll tell you when it's over.
Huh?
It just gives me the stank face.
Yeah, that's Larry Graham. Like Bootsy would do the same thing. That's Larry Graham. Stanley Clark would do the same thing. Any one of them, man, on bass. Birdine White.
That's not Bootsy on bass. That's Larry Graham, right?
That's Larry Graham.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta listen to some more Larry Graham.
Larry Graham ain't nothing but the truth.
Oh yeah, this is the type of grooves.
He was just here.
Okay, this is the type of grooves I like.
Graham, Birdine White, bad bass players, brother.
Okay.
All of them most funky bass players on the planet, man. That's what you hear right there, though. That's Larry Graham, man. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, though, Haru. I hear you got a good one. Yeah.
See, that's funky. Woo!
You hear that same thing with Betty Davis, man?
Yeah, I need to hear more songs like this.
And Larry Graham again.
Okay. I don't anything Larry Graham plays, man. You gonna hear that. Okay.
Rastafunk, you dig what I'm saying, man?
Thank you for letting me be myself again.
Woo.
Larry Graham singing too.
Okay.
I want to thank you for letting me be myself again.
Yeah, that's Larry Graham, baby. See, we call that grooving funk in the pocket.
Yeah, that's the funk. That's
Grooving funk in the pocket.
in the pocket.
In the pocket.
Yeah.
Boom,
All right.
boom. Rastafunk, you know what they talk about Rastafunk.
I don't know if he can hear you.
Hold on.
Thank you.
What'd you say, Bob?
No, I said we call that rocking the funk in the pocket. In the pocket.
Yeah.
Larry Graham, in the pocket.
And now that's undeniable. Funk. That's not the point. But it creates that brand new heavy funk that people think they can copy. And that's what so now when you get to the brand new heavies and they're doing their little thing and they call it funky, this is where that comes from. But it's not funky. But it's not funky.
Okay. This is hard.
It is. I'm not it's undeniable funk. The big payback. Undeniable funk. It is.
In the pocket.
It's in the pocket.
Yeah. But when I was talking about when I did my first show on Sly, I didn't necessarily play this version. I played other stuff to show how he expanded funk.
This is hard. I can't believe you didn't play this version.
Cause that's the easy funk. That's the easy funk.
Y'all, I'm gonna have to.
This is hard. This ain't easy. This is hard.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not denying this funky.
So, Senghor, before you leave, I got a question.
Yeah.
I need you to give me 3 songs that's in the pocket funk, like this. What we call in the pocket funk. It could be more Larry Graham stuff. I don't care who it is. I just want in the pocket funk.
I told you anything Larry Graham play, man. We'll be playing with Betty Davis.
So that's just Graham Central Station.
Yeah, well, Graham Central Station, they did a lot of stuff that way too, but they kind of took it to a whole nother level.
Okay, can you give me like 2 or 3 songs that's like this in the pocket funk that you referred to as in the pocket funk?
I'm trying to think, man. You know, you make me put my thinking cap on, man.
I know it's been some time.
So many songs out
but
there.
Yeah, I'm really interested in that. That tune's so hard, I can have that on repeat all day long. Yeah,
because you like. I told you, check out Larry Graham. Anything Larry Graham playing, man, check him out because his style. Larry Graham was very key in everything Sly did.
Who's more in the pocket, Larry Graham or Bootsy? If you got to record one in the pocket song, and you can hire any bass player between Larry Graham and Bootsy, who would you hire for in the pocket? I'm asking these for specific reasons.
I go with Larry Graham.
Oh wow! Okay.
Bootsy was space bass man. He's out there.
Okay, so
I go with Larry Graham.
Okay, that's very important to me.
And if not Larry Graham, I go with Verdine White.
Who Verdine White play for?
Earth, Wind, Fire.
Okay. No, that's very valuable because that's the sound that I really love. And so basically, you're telling me do a deep dive on Larry Graham.
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah.
Because to me, bass. But when you say bass, you know, Larry Graham, Stanley Clark, and Bootsy, man. They, you know, it's a couple of others, but those three, man, whew, they did something with bases, man.
And who does Stanley Clark play for?
Himself.
He himself really he played with Return to Forever, but he also had his own thing.
All right, so he has some funk albums.
He's more
Well,
than jazz, but
yeah,
he's a
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
he's
yeah, yeah,
jazz. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
He's a jazz funk. He's got.
Oh, okay.
He's not. Yeah, yeah. That you have to put him in that category, like
Okay.
Chicoria. That's why I was saying, Return to Forever. Lenny White on drums, Chicoria on keyboards.
Okay.
I forget the guitar player, but them four, and they did some real interesting stuff. Return to Forever did some real interesting stuff, and then you got groups out there, man, like Living Color. You got groups out there
Yeah.
like that, man. That
And
you know,
Fishbone.
yeah, Fishbone, all the groups like that, Talking Heads. You know, you got a lot of groups out there, man. Bernie Worrell did a lot of stuff. Bernie Worrell, you need to check Bernie Worrell out because Bernie Worrell was the Wu master, and he played a lot of bass in his
Okay.
keyboards.
I'm gonna check them all out, but I'm definitely excited to listen to some Larry Graham if that's what he's doing.
Larry
Um,
Graham is incredible, but don't just but go to Betty Davis too.
yeah, I
Have
listened
you
to some
listened to
Betty
Betty
Davis
Davis?
the other day. I listened to some the other day.
Most of all her stuff is Larry Graham on bass. Not all of
Okay.
it. I think most of it though.
Okay. Yeah, that's very important. I don't think Larry Graham gets enough credit because I don't hear his name enough.
Larry Graham is an
no,
excellent vocalist.
yeah. Any people in the know that, like that
Yeah.
was like that's what I was saying when Prince went back and started getting a lot of the older cats. The first bass player he went to was Larry Graham.
Larry Graham. And he can sing too, man. Larry Graham can sing, man.
Okay. So Keenan, if you could get any bass player for your funk from history, who would you get?
Mike.
The one who plays with you now.
Yep.
Oh,
Mike.
you must
I
got
tell I'll say this. I'll say this. If Bootsy ain't playing no more, it's Mike.
I hear
Okay.
you.
Bootsy ain't Mike.
He must be
Mike
awesome.
just like to concentrate on the guitar, but on bass, Mike is dead.
So when you play live, does Mike play the bass?
Play guitar. I got another bass player called named Ferris. Ferris plays. I've been fortunate to run across to play with some really great bass players. Brother named what's Pat last name? Pat Patterson, same as Mike. He's out of he's out of Milwaukee. Then a Jamaican cat who played with us for a while. Oh man, I can't think of his name. If I wasn't talking about him right now, I'll tell you his name. But but Ferris Yeld have been playing with me for the last probably about 8-9 years now, and Ferris deadly too. So I haven't had to pull Mike out on bass because no one plays live guitar like he does on my stuff. So it's like, hey, I've been fortunate in that way. But if you ask me, it's Mike. Like no, hands down, Mike.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I put a group together, Avery,
Yeah.
I'd be biased.
Your all-star group.
If I do I get a bass player that y'all probably ain't familiar with.
Who?
Corcoran Hope.
Okay. No, I know Corcoran.
My stepson.
Well, Corcoran can play. Corcoran can play the funk.
Well,
yeah, I'm sure he can. That's the one that played the upright bass, right?
Yeah, Corcoran can play anything, man. Corcoran
can
play anything, man. But Corcoran, he play upright bass, but he can play electric bass too. But
No. I didn't say if he can play electric bass. Can he play the funk?
Yeah, I'm sure, man. Corcoran's man, he teaching music, man. He's a master. He play djembe, baby.
Okay, John Witness is saying
started out
Thundercat.
with djembe, Rastafunk.
Yeah, Thundercat's okay. He's all right. I'll say this. John Witness, D'Angelo. I didn't put that up because I'm not a D'Angelo fan. It's like after Brown Sugar, that was it for me.
But who's Thundercat?
Thundercat is a bass player. He's a bass player. He's an artist, and he plays on some people's stuff, but he has his own stuff too.
Okay. But you got some dynamic bass players out here though, bro. And it's remarkable. I mean, you know, I mentioned Corcoran. I mean, I'm being biased, but Corcoran knows bass players galore.
All right, all right. So let me ask you this, Senghor, because you're a funk historian. Let's say money is not an object, and you're gonna do an album,
Mm-hmm.
and you're gonna produce a funk album, and you can call anybody you want within history. Who's gonna be your bass player? Who's gonna be your lead singer? Who's gonna be your guitarist? Who's gonna be your drummer? Who's gonna be your background singer?
Can I get 2 bass players?
Yeah.
I'm like that. I told you, man. We had a group called Master Force. We had 2 bass players, man. You know.
Okay.
But I like Boosie, man. No question about it. But Boosie ain't playing no more. You know, like I
No, I'm
told
talking
you.
about ever in history. Don't worry about the now. I'm talking about in their prime.
Larry Graham and Boosie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't be mad at that.
Okay.
On drums, Lenny White.
Lenny White. Who Lenny
Lenny
White
White.
play for?
Huh?
Who
Return to
Lenny?
Forever. He played with Stanley Clark and Return to Forever. His name Lenny White. You hip to Lenny White, Rastafunk?
The name sounds familiar.
On drums. He's a drummer. Yeah.
But no, I don't know. I have to look him up.
No, I probably would go with Diallo's son, Kwaku Sumbri.
You wouldn't go with Maceo?
Who?
Not Maceo. Who's the drummer for James Brown?
Oh, Cash Waddy?
You wouldn't go with the drummer for James Brown? Wow.
Not that I don't like him. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, I'm biased, man. The reason I like Kwaku Sumbri on trap drums, because he's a master percussionist and djembe, and he can play them drums, man.
Okay.
I'm talking about anything.
Okay.
I'm just saying, and you know, I guess I'm biased because I'm up in age. I'm going with the
No, but you've seen it. You've seen it all, so you're gonna be able to pick. This is like
I've seen him, and he is off the chain. That's Diallo Sumbri's son, Kwaku Sumbri.
That's what I'm saying. You want somebody who can go with you, not somebody who just can keep the beat very well.
Oh man, he play whatever.
If you going left, you need that drummer to understand that, and sometimes all of that.
But he's a master percussionist, man.
Exactly.
Okay.
He's a master. I mean, this boy's bad, man. This boy can play djembe off the planet. When he went to Africa, they was like, brother, you ain't from America, you from Africa. That's what they told him. I mean, I'm just saying, he's that good. And now that he plays traps, oh my God. So I mean, I guess I'm biased because you know I play djembe, and I understand a drum in the heart of one, and a trap drummer for me need to be able to go everywhere, but be able to stay in the pocket where you want him, and go everywhere else and stay. Keep that, because you got to keep that. You got to keep it. Stay right there in the pocket. And then
who you got on lead guitar?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, man. Right now, oh man, Ernie Isley.
Ernie Isley.
Yeah, Ernie Isley.
He's on lead guitar.
Yeah, that's Isley Brothers.
You go listen.
He studied.
Hold on a second. You picking. No, hold on. Like this is profound. You picking Kwaku Sumbri over Buddy Miles on the drums?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, because he's doing stuff.
Buddy Miles is a bad boy.
Yeah, but Kwaku's doing stuff Buddy Miles never even explored, man. See, something about drums, okay? Because there's a lot of drummers, man. I got a couple of drummers here in DC that I love too, man. You know, but what I'm saying is, Buddy Miles was rough, but I don't know if Buddy Miles could do the licks that Kwaku can do.
Okay.
Because things evolve, man, as time progressed. And Kwaku's doing stuff, man, that was unheard of back in Buddy Miles' days. You understand? Let me look at it like this. Jimi Hendrix, for example. Jimi Hendrix was doing stuff with a guitar before he had all the stuff Prince got. Prince got all kinds of stuff he can do stuff now with, whereas Jimi Hendrix, if he had that stuff, man, no telling where Jimmy would have went. But I'm just saying, Jimmy did stuff. So, because it evolves.
Right.
And you know, musicians know what I'm talking about. Things change, man. They
Yeah.
just, you know, they progress. And
Right.
trap drummers is something serious. Drumming is something serious.
Genesis says Eddie Hazel.
Yeah, and then Clyde Stubblefield.
Oh, Eddie Hazel on guitar. Is that what you said? Eddie Hazel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ain't nothing but the truth. I like Mike Hampton too. You know, Mike Hampton came after Eddie Hazel. You know,
So who's your lead guitar player?
that's what I'm thinking about. Y'all don't know him, brother named T Fuller.
Okay.
Brother named T, off the chain lead guitar.
I like how you sourcing from people who ain't necessarily famous.
Oh, of course.
Okay, that's very interesting.
Because they're gonna be famous if they're in my group.
Right. But that's the best you've seen. But you just saying the best you've seen, regardless of fanfare. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I like that.
I'm putting together. You're putting
Super
together
group.
a cosmic group, man.
Yeah, cosmic group. Okay.
But in terms of keyboards,
yeah, who's on your keyboards?
oh man, that's a deep one. But I think I'm gonna go with Bernie Worrell.
Bernie Worrell.
Yeah, man, he done more than he's done more. He can play funk, rock, you name it, and he's very versatile.
Okay.
I heard him play, you know, with this hand over here, this hand over here. He it's almost like it's 4 or 5 people playing. I just like Bernie Worrell, and he's an ancestor now, though.
Okay.
So,
and who are you hiring to do your background vocals?
I don't know, man. Vocals. Well, my
background vocals. Who had which groups had the nicest background vocalists talent wise?
Well, see, background
that
vocals.
you've seen.
Well, see, when you say background vocals, I'm going with people that can sing lead or background.
That's fine.
I'm gonna go with my tender love, Kathy English Hope.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go with Free Benjamin and Ayanna Gregory. Those 3. And I also want Ivy Hilton. Those are the ones, man.
You sourcing locally. You sourcing locally. Let me keep in mind, you could source anybody. Well, you said Bernie Worrell. Okay, so you sourcing from DC.
No, well, we got talent, man. We got talent down in the DMV, baby.
Yeah. No, you do.
Look.
That's interesting though that you sourcing all locally.
Listen, this is the deal.
So the funk is domestically produced.
That's right.
Cheers, cheers.
Ivy, y'all listeners out there, y'all Google Ivy Hilton. Ivy Hilton.
I know. I seen Ivy.
I'm talking about your listeners, because you said local. Ivy's world renowned. She's one of the best opera singers in the world, but she can sing anything. Free Benjamin.
She's world class. She's world
Free
class.
Benjamin. Y'all Google Free Benjamin, and also Ayanna Gregory. You know, those are different voices. I mean, Ayanna's more alto, but you know, Ayanna's nice. I like her. And just Google them. Google Ayanna Gregory, Google Ivy Hilton, Google Free Benjamin. My tender love can really sing too. Y'all just don't know.
Yeah. I know. I've seen her sing, man. I've seen her sing.
So you know, and you could probably. Let me see. You could find her somewhere. She sang a lot of stuff, and she do stuff, man. And when she lectures, she open with a song, close with a song, change the lyrics.
Kathy sings very well.
Yeah, man, she can sing, man. And Free Benjamin, all of them together, they.
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
All right. So who's your lead? Who's your lead singer?
Probably Free Benjamin.
She's your lead singer for this band that you're putting together to do one.
Yeah, because she has such a voice, man. That's just incredible, man. And she played guitar too, and she can just sing.
Who do you want as your band leader?
Probably Ivy Hilton.
I mean, I'm saying you could hire anybody in history for your band leader for this particular group. They don't even have to be part of the band. I'm just saying, who's going to be the person who has the vision and keeps the band tight and all of that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh man. Quincy Jones.
Quincy Jones. Okay, no, that's who you.
Yeah, you told me.
Did I say anybody? Yeah, I said anybody.
Quincy Jones, man, he can put it together.
He produced funk.
Sure, Quincy Jones can produce anything, man.
Yeah, he does everything.
Okay, so you would have Quincy Jones.
Yeah, because the particular voices and the musicians I'm getting, you got to have somebody that's out there. And that's why I said Quincy Jones. I mean, I could probably get somebody else, but I like Quincy. I like what he's done over the years. You don't want me to say Stevie Wonder, the eighth wonder of the world. He can do anything too.
Right.
Eighth wonder of the
Okay.
world can do anything, man.
Okay. You wouldn't have Stevie Wonder be the lead singer in your funk band?
I
No.
would love. I didn't get no males. I got all females, so yeah, I can get
You
some
did.
males. I can get some males. Stevie
But if you
Wonder.
could pick up one male to be the lead singer in your funk band, who
Oh,
would you pick?
Larry Graham.
To be the lead singer?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's his voice, man. It's the type of voice that he has, man. Keenan, you laughing at me, man?
I mean, that I'm not laughing at that. I'm just laughing. I'm just
No,
laughing
I'm
because
saying I'm putting together. I'm putting together a cosmic crew. Hey,
your
hey, Rue,
band is unique.
hey,
Your
Rue
band
got me
is
putting
unique.
together a cosmic crew.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Put
And,
together
and,
the
and, and
cosmic crew.
that is a cosmic
From
crew
what you've
too.
seen, from who you've seen, you know what I'm saying? That was very interesting though. Like definitely you home team a lot of your band members,
Yeah,
which
man.
means that like you really feel like some of the most talented people are the people that you know,
Of
like
course,
around you.
man.
So that's
I,
good.
hey, man, the world just don't know, man. Hey, it's so much talent that we got in this world, man. I mean, that a lot of people ain't hip to. Moomy Fresh. That's who. I forgot about Moomy. Woo, yes, Moomy Fresh. She would be my
Okay.
lead vocalist, not Ivy. Moomy Fresh.
Okay.
Y'all hip to her? Maimuna,
Yeah, Maimuna
Maimuna
Youssef.
Youssef.
Yeah, I know who she
Check out her
is.
new album now, and see. They know each other too, so I'm getting people that most of the people that think they know each other.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I know DMV. You know what I'm saying? I know the energy in DMV. Um, yeah. So that's. I'm
We
gonna
got
ask
a
the same. I'm gonna ask the same question to Keenan.
Keenan already got a group, man.
No, but like if you could pick anyone in history outside of himself and his people, I just want to hear who he places where outside of yourself and your band members. Who you putting on the drums?
Uh, I would take I don't know his name. I would have to look up his name, but I would take the drummer from Mandrill. I would take Boosie on bass. Prince would be my lead guitar. Um, Stevie would play keys, and then singing. It wouldn't be a lead singer. It would just be singers, and I would have Aretha Franklin, Donny Hathaway, and
oh shit, man, my band gonna blow your band away, man.
ah, Lauren Hill, Lauren Hill, Lauren.
Woo!
I would bring Lauren Hill in there as a singer, and then I got enough males playing instruments that could sing too, so that would be it.
But if you had to pick one male singer, who would it be to be in that band that you put together?
I just said, I mean, Donny Hathaway. I didn't. He plays instruments,
Okay.
but as far as singing, I would bring Donny
So
Hathaway.
Donny Hathaway would be your lead male singer, your male lead singer of your
Yeah.
band.
Uh-huh.
Hey
Huh.
man,
I
hey
like
man,
Donny.
and if we're gonna compete, man, I had to go back to the drawing board the way he's picking, man. I'm gonna get Alicia Keys. I'm gonna get a whole lot. I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing you, man.
Nah, I got you.
It's all good, man.
Okay. Leon Silvers.
Woo!
Who's that?
Leon Thomas.
Who's Leon Thomas? He wrote Leon
The
Silvers
creator
here.
has a master plan.
Is that Leon Silvers?
Leon Thomas.
Oh, who's Leon Silvers? Does anyone know? Genesis just said Leon Silvers.
I
Is he
heard that
somebody
name.
from the DMV?
No, I don't know who that is. Leon
Let
Silvers. But
me type him up, Leon Silvers, because I like to know who needs to be known. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I see him here. Okay, I see him.
Y'all, I gotta run, man.
Yeah, man.
I gotta get
All right.
I gotta get
Yeah,
these clothes together.
I think that we put George on trial, and I think,
Yeah, I think I got a better understanding of his like true talent.
So what's the verdict?
well, I think we leave with he's not a con. I think we can all agree that he's not a con. Now, what you want to call him after that, would be whatever you want. But at the same time, I think that there's value to what he's done and what he's added, and there's reasoning behind people enjoying his presence and his shows and his creations
So,
that he's
but
been a part of.
much as I love George, though, I have to admit what Brother Heru was saying from the P-Funk All-Stars, anything he did to try to sing, he should not. He's not a singer.
This is the point that I'm trying to make, because I've seen him with the P-Funk All-Stars.
With
And the thing is, what we didn't do for the general public is we didn't play an example of why I'm saying what I'm saying. We didn't do that.
He never at that point,
because we all agreed.
Yeah,
There's no need to go there. And then the other part was,
you're gonna make the jury be hung. We have a hung jury after that, boy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But no, I do see his value in being a philosopher king for the funk genre.
I like the way you said that.
Yeah,
I like the way you said that.
Yeah,
all of what you just said is important. A philosopher for the funk era. What did you say? For the
philosopher king
for the genre of funk.
Yeah,
that's important. Because he opened the door. That's what we never can forget. He opened the door for other people to kick the funk. I mean, so they could get airplay. Rastafunk, you know what I'm talking about, man. They at one time they didn't want to play a lot of that funky music on the airways, man. Yeah. And it wasn't just because of the lyrics. They just wasn't playing it, man.
Yeah, but it had to be presented in a way that was undeniable, and he led the way in making that happen.
Yes, because it's a whole lot of people, man. The Barcades, it's a whole lot of people out there that was really, really, really happy that happened, Heru, because it opened the door. Then you had groups that came out there that was faking the funk. You had Confunction. Yeah, I mean, you talk about George being a confunk. You had a Confunction group, and then you had the Gap Band. You had all these brothers, Zap. Yeah, a whole lot of people, man. That was
more like funk disco, though, right?
Yeah, but they made it by doing funk.
Yeah, right. and he produced some of their hits.
Yes,
he produced some of their.
And another
the Confunction.
Another thing
not Gap Band and Zap, Roger.
A whole lot of people sample Parliament Funkadelic music, brother. A whole lot of people sample.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people because that music was something about it.
So yeah. So with that said, we do find value in the brother.
Okay.
We do find value in George Clinton and everything he's done. I want to appreciate you, Baba Sangor, for stopping through. I want to appreciate you, Brother Heru, for coming through. Y'all, I appreciate y'all for sticking with us. We're here every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 8 p.m. Tomorrow night, we're going to be coming with a You Ain't Black. So y'all come back at 8 o'clock tomorrow to find out whether or not you black or not and what exactly we talking about. It's always something serious and not whether or not you eat cornbread or grits. And next week, Friday, we'll have another Funk Inspector. So definitely continue to stick with us and stay with us. I appreciate you brothers again for coming through and having this discussion and us ironing it out on the real. Sometimes you gotta iron it out, with some real discussion, some real intellect, some real intellectual curiosity on whether or not
I'm sorry, correction.
Go ahead.
FunkIntelligy.
FunkIntelligy. How about that? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You must. Yes, sir. You must come with that FunkIntelligy.
Yes, sir.
So with that said,
love y'all, man.
Yeah, with that said, we love y'all.
we need to I
Southern
don't
funk.
know. Yes, I don't know if we want to do this on your program or my program, but Sengo, at some point we're gonna have to deal with the Blacktricity.
Yeah, man, for real.
We're
'Cause
gonna have to have
you
you
can't
come and talk about the
you
Blacktricity.
can't
Yes, sir.
have funk or nothing without Blacktricity.
Blacktricity. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right, because you seen what Terrence Howard did recently.
Yeah, I saw,
We need you to come drop the science on the Blacktricity.
yeah, okay. All right. I
That's
got
what's
you.
up.
Yeah, for real.
All right, people. Until the next time, I appreciate y'all brothers for coming on. I appreciate the people for staying with us. Don't forget to cash out $ the original Rastafunk, capital T, capital O, capital R, $ the original Rastafunk. And until the next time, we appreciate y'all. Peace and love.